Alrighty, welcome back everybody. We actually switched over from VRML 2 over to VRML 1. Jamie's going to take a bit of an hour break here because he's been casting all day long. We are here on Notorious and Grimtide with map 1 being Subway. And the very first round here, since we just got in right in time for the end of round 1, was a north push on the turnstiles with Captain Soda getting the final 2 kills there, really kind of picking apart the defense there. We're 2 down on Grimtide at that point in time, and we should be joined up here in a second. We are probably what, 10-15 seconds in on the round here, Visceral? Round planning?
Yeah, they probably still have good solid 30-40 seconds left before the round begins. We'll be staying on North Stairs objective, this time with Notorious on defense. They did take the first round in a trade with the last member of Grimtide, so a great start for them, taking a Marsoc round here. Now they just need to defend this same push.
And what are the stats for Subway for Notorious and Grimtide here on Subway?
Notorious has a lot of experience on Subway. They have played that at least 8 times this season, winning 5 of them. So definitely a good map for them. Meanwhile, Grimtide has played it a solid 15 times. However, they've only won it 6 times. So the stats leaning a little bit in favor of Notorious, which makes sense as they are the top seed of the match.
Alrighty. And popping into gameplay here, I did see 2 C4s on Notorious side here. One going up just before the stairway ends here with 3 charging on North Stairway. Mad Matt coming around the corner while an entire team from Grimtide is now sitting down and waiting. Reaper get a couple of shots. Oh, just avoids the nade there. He's probably gonna have to do the syringe. Interesting that Saucer didn't actually get taken out there as well. Oh!
A grenade from Wicca from behind the wall is going to
and a counter.
This.
Counter flashbang does take out Matt, but that is a good nade throw right there. Double grenades to at least slow the entire team down. Soda's going to wisely kind of hold back here, let the rest of the team kind of get their comfy back on, and figure out how they're going to handle this. Saucier is going to be pulling right up with Reaper. Really looking at these kits here as well, just making sure we don't have anything super interesting, I guess, because like a sniper on Subway or something like that. Soda clearly aware as to what's going on here. Let's get these lasers up as well for you. Oh! Saucier gets the jump on it. Saucier again with Wicca trading out. Notorious is not really holding them off on the north side very well, and those entirely open for uplink. Let's go on down the stairway. Marauder and Lular crashing back in here. Let's see what Lular's got. They got a TAR 21. Lular covering the
Mithril makes a
now.
Dangerous cross successfully.
Yep. Baker, get ready.
Reaper getting the utility out. Smoke was a very good throw down that hallway. Down goes one. Reaper, oh, they're reloading at the same exact time. That's going to at least give Visceral a little bit of maneuver. Up on down outside of the noisy chaos there. What do we got from Mithril side here? They're not really too worried about these bullets. It looks like those lasers really aren't touching back here on Mithril, but Luther is going to go down to trying to at least kind of hold this chaos up. And with that, Grimtide aggressive pushing all the way down the stairway. We'll put this into a 1-1.
5-man push through the north stairs. can be a very risky endeavor, but it really paid off though for them, especially with Grimtide leveraging the use of those 200-round box mags. Both remaining members of Grimtide pushing down the stairs, just laying down the cover fire through the smoke. Just well played.
Yeah,
So to the Marstock round, now we're 1-1.
I think Notorious got a little bit panicky, especially with all that fire, because they couldn't explicitly cover the uplink. They didn't want that cap to take place from around the corner. Okay. A couple of quick technical changes here. There we
We
go.
move now down to the basement objective. Notorious will be looking to make a push into the bottom of the subway here.
Yeah, honestly, that's
Yeah, Notorious has the capability of really charging down here and holding that platform in a very dominant way. They've got the experience in the map. They have a lot of good strategies for getting folks down here and really, really controlling this effectively. See where Reaper's going. Seems like their Guardian is a little bit off based on the crouching going on there. It looks like they're going to see a little bit of action from Soda and Lular here in a minute. Soda getting a little peeky. Oh, and down goes one, down goes two. Excellent way for Grimtide to start this off. Kicking this round off with 2 down, getting the northern, or I'm sorry, the horseshoe approach, and one going into the north turnstiles here. The rest of them are going through basement. It's
And
Mad
meanwhile, in the
Max.
basement, their first objective, or their first obstacle, is going to be getting through Omega, who's just watching this basement entrance like a hawk. And if you look down the basement entrance from his position, you do see that he has positioned a C4 on a pretty well hidden behind the box strat here. So if they do try to push him out quickly, he can pop that.
Yeah, that C4 is going to be a very, very good way to supplement somebody going down here, but like, I'm not going to expect this. Wicca is going to have to be really, really careful as to how this approach looks. Because once Omega really hears these footsteps hitting that box there, I guess they're looking to tease that C4 click.
Well, if they make enough noise, he might get him to pop it early.
One underneath south stairs.
He's got a frag as well, be able to throw that out the doorway, at least down one. With Saucier, yep, here comes the frag. The push. And the blow through the C4 and getting the door. Mithril coming around the corner looking for a refrag. Saucier could back them up here as well. Mithril, Marauder, another flashbang. Saucier now actually doing this cover angle. And just like that, basement push is getting very, very dwindled down here. We are stuck with Mad Matt in the north.
He does see Reaper attempting to rotate back to the objective. But Reaper gets the pickup. Grimtide, a solid hold with 4 members left standing.
Yeah. The early picks there really just helped them out with that. Getting those 2 kills in the north, sorry, I keep calling it north turnstile, in the catwalk there, on the horseshoe. Such a great power play at that point, and being able to charge up there and at least get the kills early puts Notorious at least on a bit more on edge kind of a standpoint. They had to really kind of figure out how they're going to approach it. They continued to go down the basement path. At least can maintain the separation so that way somebody wasn't going to get hit from that C4, but ultimately just wasn't able to execute it. And now we got a bit of time to breathe. If you're new joining in with us here, we're in our Challenger Cup for Season 13's postseason wild card, effectively. The top 7 are already guaranteed slots in the finals. And this wild card champion, or the wild card Challenger Cup, is going to give the opportunity for one of these 22 teams to get that 8th slot there to compete for, I believe it's $4,000 plus the hardware that we usually see from our sponsors, such as ProTube VR and HyperX, a couple others. But now we're switching back here into round number 4. Mad Matt is going to hold a pretty common spot, it seems, on this platform. Ultimately,
Meanwhile, Grimtide, a 5-man push through the basement. They are leveraging numbers once again. It worked for them last round, for their last Marsoc round. It'll be interesting to see how well this works here.
Saucer giving good top coverage. Garrett holding the other angle on the other side there. It's interesting to see this kind of a push through the red room, especially with only one person dedicated to this push here. Wicca goes down. The rest of the team's gonna have to really shift around and refocus their efforts in the basement here. Identification here. Uh-oh. That was a bad flashbang on Wicca's part. They're gonna pull back. Give it a little bit of a safer push there. Carrot looking for any sort of aggressiveness. Not gonna find anything. Wicca is now holding all the way in the back. And nobody else here is on platform. Look at this. There's nobody covering uplink. I think Marauder just realized that. Same with
Captain Soda rotating down to the uplink now. Maybe going back upstairs. Oh god, they seem to have called out their teammate.
Yeah. I was gonna say we had that call out coming for South Stairs, but
I just about shot him, dude. I just about shot him.
And Wicca realizing that the call out was for a teammate. It could have been a team kill there. Great job by Wicca not accidentally killing his teammate with the incorrect call out there. Meanwhile, we still have 4 Grimtide pushing through onto Wicca's position. And even with 5 of Notorious still up, no one has eyes on objective.
Look at this angle from Iron. Just look at this. A little bit of a peek extra from Wicca could land him a couple of bullets in the chest. We're gonna push out more exposed. Try to grab the shoulder of Wicca, not make it. 3/4 of their mag is now dumped. Have to reload. Uh-oh.
Oh,
2 are down.
Time push from Wicca.
Yeah, and Omega and Reaper now leaving their backs entirely open. Mad Matt couldn't really kind of flex this and take the ability of a 4v2. I mean, they actually aren't going to know it's a 4v2, but it is right now a 4v2, and Omega and Reaper going to at least continue this push here. With Wicca down, out for the count here. They can at least assume 2 to 3 are dead. The question is, are they going to capitalize on this extra vulnerability here? Because Reaper, while they're now looking back, they weren't before. That red room push, if somebody had recognized that Wicca was, I don't want to say in trouble, but really facing the entire team, oh, they could have at least come around and pincered them. Marauder looking for where that came out, but Omega really could be getting this call out here. At least say that one's on platform. Instead, I didn't hear a call out there, so Reaper is left alone to suspect that Marauder is now on this platform in a relatively exposed position here. Yeah, they're gonna come out here, try to find this angle. blend in with the bars. Using a little bit for protection, but Reaper with a minute 30 is going to have to make this decision how they're going to push with platform. Flashbang is effective. Marauder is going to be able to come out and get this kill rather uncontested there. Before we flip back in, we are now at round 4. Let's look at our kill counts here. Wicca, 6 and 4. Marauder 4 and 3. Reaper 5 and 2.
Wicca did a great job of holding that basement. You know, there was a 5-man push there, and he managed to take 3 of them with him before he went down.
Yeah, and the ability to kind of assess where they needed to pull back and when they could at least push forward did give them a little bit of that momentum maintained, because there was a bit of an adrenaline rush there, at least facing 3 in the red room, all shooting at you, lasers dialed in on you. Realize they were in a bit of trouble. They needed to pull back and regroup a bit. We are now in the south here. Looks like we might. Maybe we could be trading off and go somewhere else. Go one more location. But Notorious so far have been at least keeping pace with Grimtide's 2-round lead in the beginning there. But things could change here. We do have cap potential in this one, of course. A little bit more close encounter there, so we'll see how Grimtide is going to defend this ultimately.
Yeah, they usually.
With the spawn that Notorious has gotten, they're gonna have to be very careful about somebody pushing quickly down south stairs.
That's how they stop. That's how they stop.
As they are very in the open here. And if Grimtide leverages this spawn, they could easily take out several members of Notorious before they get into position. Omega rushing down the stairs.
C4 going down with Omega. There was one more C4 out on Grimtide, but somebody did shoot on Notorious's side. See that other C4 round. Maybe we'll see it out of luck here. Do a quick check on Notorious side. 2 coming up in the west staircase. 2 coming up in the north, and 1 on the platform. Potentially gonna run into Omega real quick there. Soda and Wicca, 2 strong teammates coming down for this west staircase. Take a quick peek back here in a minute. Let's pop down to Omega, see. They're saying they are looking for that C4 click. They are not looking to combat this with any sort of rounds. There goes the other C4. I think we're not going to see that platform here. Luthor is in the catwalk right now.
Rapidly approaching Saucier's position from below. Saucier likely able to hear that movement. Gonna know to expect contact from this direction.
Luthor has been going pretty slow paced, but if they are going to try to keep this as quiet as possible. Yeah, there's a tablet check. Can hear the footsteps from Marauder as well. That's going to give away the position here with Saucier. Originally, we were thinking looking for Luthor. This could turn a bit saucy, so to speak, with this push went in on the east staircase, or the east alley there.
Meanwhile, Captain Soda is able to take out Carrot in the shop alley there. It's going to prompt Reaper kind of reposition here and plan on covering this angle.
The smoke effectively eliminating Sautier's visibility and giving a little bit of audio cover. Down goes Wick on the other side with Soda getting a frag grenade on Reaper. Uplink is now open from that push.
Meanwhile,
Omega is pulling
over
back.
there in the horseshoe catwalk there, Sautier's able to take out 2 of them so far through the smoke. Mithril now pulling back there.
-2 at least.
We're down to just 2 in Notorious,
-2.
3 on
Echo
Grimtide. With Omega's rotation to help Soda. Help cover Soda, but Soda takes out Omega, leaving the objective wide open. If Grimtide does not recognize this vulnerability, we could see a cap here on an end of the map.
Soda's on uplink. Tablet can come out right here. Nice and
Here comes the
comfy,
tablet.
uncontested. Mithril just needs to distract for all of 5 seconds, 10 seconds at most. And like that, Notorious wrap this up. And Saucier goes down in the end of it all there. Here are your kill counts for this matchup. Thank you for sticking around with Notorious and Grimtide. We will be back momentarily here. We're going to hop over to intermission, grab the next matchup. Stay tuned. Alright, everybody, we are here now with Primordial versus Latin Force. They are at 3-1 right now. Primordial leading the charge here with 3, Latin Force with 1. Salty Poozy is given a little bit of a tidbit here. I think over to Foo for some quick early shots. We're gonna see how that pans out in a second here while we are charging in on the northwest corner of the map. Placencia holding up in the courtyard with Valdepenaz. Holding Kayet with a PKM. Interesting choice to go here with a PKM. Oh, getting those sounds out real quick. Valdepenaz clearly able to hear Salty Foo. Maybe get her a couple of radio clicks out. See where the rest of Primordial's coming in from. 2 in the courtyard. Music jukebox. Looking to rain some bullets out, but not going to get anything in these shops here. Foo.
I've cleared upstairs and I cleared downstairs.
Uh-oh. Thinking he cleared downstairs. Uh-oh. Oh, Valdepenaz doesn't get the swing.
I took out one kill.
Salty
He
Food does
lost
grab
his
El Depenaz. That's a strong kill for them on that side there. He's opening fire on this Valak. Getting a lot of free fire out of the market.
Uno abajo.
And a great rotation from Giote to take out that shot, or those shots coming from the south, bringing us to a 4v4. We have a big push coming in here from the north.
Yeah, 3 coming in the north. Down goes Argentina. Only a down, though. Able to get the call out here. Uzi not able to at least get that kill. Looking through the pallets there, trying to get anything in. Not the great choice to run out in the open there. Fox at least giving away some cover there. But Primordial getting cut down ultimately.
Yeah, Salty Food going down. Salty Food's only downed Resable, but not in an easy res position. Oh, and the frag goes out to the confirm.
Nice
and
flashbang. Argentina, last kill with Hunter, who was all the way in the northeast corner there. Latin Force still holding it up. Primordial is down by 1 teammate, though, so we should see them hopefully popping back here in a second. And while we're here, let's get these scores set and correct. Latin Force 2. Primordial. Oh, I didn't reset the scores from the previous game. So let's get this fixed here. Latin Force and Primordial with 3.
Next up here, we will have round 6. Latin Force just a cap away from success. Primordial 1 round. If they can hold this defense, then they would take the map. Oh,
Yeah,
and I do hear a timeout has been called while they get the teammate back in there. Checking in with the captains now to see what kind of timeout time frame we are looking at.
5 minutes for timeouts.
They do have a maximum of 5
ones.
minutes for timeouts during these Challenger Cup matches. We will briefly cut to intermission here and bring back the match when they resume.
Alrighty, what are we looking at stat-wise here? Let's see what Latin Force has got for Season 13 here. Get my windows correct so that way I can do that here. We are jumping around a lot. Things can get hectic with green real estate. Latin Force finished off as a master at rank 9. Doesn't look like any team. Actually, there might have been one swap out over the course of the season. I don't recognize the name here, at least, of Moko Forastero. Sorry if I mispronounced the name there, but it's bizarre. Did I switch Bizarre over here just to be entirely? Oh, there we go. Bizarre day. 4 and 3, 75% win rates, 22 rounds played, 14-1, so 64% win rate. It's actually pretty good for Bizarre overall. And Primordial. Gold finished 27th, and overall for the season they were 9 and 6 with 137 points, 60% win rates, up 21 ranks. Bizarre day 5 and 2, That leaves 28 rounds played, 14-1. Quickly checking with teams, making sure good here. All right, we do have our 5th in, so we should be starting up here. Musical Jukebox did have a quick drop there. And if you are not aware, VRML 3 also has some action going on there with Park and Glue Sniffer. They're hosting on 3. Right now they have Legacy and Excommunicado going, with Excommunicado finishing off with a cap, making that 5-3 there. So we'll see that bracket updated shortly. And as we're chatting there, I delayed just enough to be able to get us back into game here. Not too long for the break of getting that one teammate back in. Primordial. We're gonna keep 3 inside the main courtyard with Fu and Jukebox holding the center and north sides courtyards. Early shots out for Placencia. Down goes Poozy with the Virtus. Nice suppressed weapon there. Overall, good firepower. I do favor the Mark 18 still, just because of that extra bit of
Incoming, west side.
power stopping there. Eagles of the Jukebox does get another call out here on the north side, holding way back in the courtyard. Check in on the rest of the Latin force. Placencia still holding up in the shops on the south side of that courtyard entrance, really just kind of waiting before the rest of the team goes pushing in.
Some shots come out on some very commonly held positions. Valak, in the meantime, has found himself in a reversed position. This is where he died from last round. Placencia, great pickup on Salty. Bringing us to a 5v, now 2, as Hunter goes down.
Music Jukebox still off in the north, focusing on that far cross is a good distraction point. I don't know if it's intended, but Argentino is on site and does go down to Valak. PKM there, and Placencia still on the opposite side. Valak doing a quick check behind them. Placencia trades out, making the uplink entirely exposed. Jukebox needs to get on site.
We could see a cap here from Latin Force as the only remaining Primordial members in the north, but he goes down to Ivan's, making this a 3-3, where we will have a round 7 decide the matchup.
While we did jump in a few rounds in, here are the kill counts here. Valak 7-5, Argentino 7-4, Placencia 9-4. Woo! Wrong side. I need that to hit home, not away. Alright, chat. Who do you think is going to win this? It's a 3-3 last round decider. Who do you think is going to win?
We head to the East Market objective, where we will have Latin Force on defense. If that helps with the predictions there on who will take this final round for the first map here. Up.
And with the stats that we've seen here, Latin Force in on defense, I'm kind of leaning Latin Force. kindly in lap force. Placencia with a 9 and 4 as well. Valdepinaz unfortunately is 1 and 5 right now. Usually a strong player, at least on the larger maps. May not be feeling it too much today on Bazaar. But Valak is able to maintain that same kind of pacing without that with Placencia though. 7 and 5.
And no quick spawn for Primordial. They'll have a little bit of a longer journey to get to the objective, a little more dangerous with this open street cross. We've got Placencia rushing to try and catch anybody crossing. Looks like it will happen too late.
Looks like they were identified by Hunter. Placencia is looking for at least a couple of rounds to be exchanged over on the other side. Ivans does down Jukebox. Does not get that confirmation there, but they do have the capability to do that tag. Oh, until that smoke was thrown. Poozy did give a very good smoke coverage on the north street there. Guyot holding a bit of I think an off-meta spot in my opinion. Kind of not favoring any sort of a protection for back or front, but does give them the ability to cut the map in half.
With that revive going off, we are back to a 5v5. Still 5 minutes on the round. Both teams in excellent positions here.
Speaking of, look at Valdepinaz across the markets. They are moving a little bit much, but they have the ability to cut this in half as well from the north. They really need to stop moving though.
Meanwhile, Hunter and Placencia are just squaring off. Now Salty Foo also eyeing Placencia's position. Placencia holding a very tight angle.
Let's get a little good Salty Foos here. If Placencia does see Foo, uh-oh, a little bit of a missed throw on that smoke. I don't think they went where they wanted. Right into the line of Placencia. Down goes Foo, making this a 5v4 finally, after one does get injured. So really a 3.5 for health-wise, but Hunter now knows exactly where Placencia is, and they're able to at least pre-fire through that if they so choose. Like, that would be the wise thing to do right here.
Look at Valak's position, sneaking up on the back of Placencia.
Oh! And they're distracted by Hunter. Is Valak gonna get here unseen, unheard? A quick flashbang up and over. Oh, nope, there's the slowdown. They're not gonna push Valak though, ultimately. Jukebox goes down in the north. Man, look at this, back to back here. That flashbang only slowed Valak down. Placencia didn't really have much of an option because of Hunter to push this. Valdepinaz with a swing.
Down. Yeah, Valak's now the only one left. Is able to take out Placencia.
And that's going to give their position away there.
Absolutely.
Argentino now looking back this direction. Yeah, the team is now all of a sudden shifting from a very exploded, aggressive defense, holding Market and Kaya, now having to refocus back in and retaking their own terrain, so to speak, because Valak is now able to at least be seen on this approach. A couple of small angles, but now they're a little bit more safe now behind this wall. The question is, how are they going to approach this being the last one alive? It is a 3-3 tie game. And we have 1 minute 50 seconds remaining. A bit of terrain to still cover as well. They can't really take the time to slow your pace down here. Valdepinaz is still on this swing, looking not where they need to for north. But look at that, look at that, look at that!
Oh god.
totally missed. That smoke
gonna
is
look?
going to throw you off where it came from. Valdepinaz does get the swing and the final kill. Latin Force taking Primordial. Placencia 10-5.
An excellent hold by Latin Force to secure their first matchup. 4-3. Primordial putting up one heck of a fight here against the team that was seeded in place number 2. Definitely showing that they deserve to be here and that they're not going to make anything easy on any of these teams.
All right, we are going to swing over to another matchup here. Doing a quick check on VRML 3. They are also in the midst of a break, it seems. They're grabbing another match. So we're going to do a quick deconflict, and we'll be back here in a minute. Alrighty, welcome back everybody. We are here for round number 2 of Blaze and Excommunicado. I need to I hit the button. There we go. Like, I know I hit this postseason button here, but it didn't show up. Lord Visceral, what do we got for stats here for these teams?
Yeah, so we'll be starting out on Subway, and looking at Blaze's stats there, they have only played it 2 times this season, so it's definitely not been something they've been favoring this season. You know, Blaze has been around for quite some time now, so they definitely are going to have a lot of experience on this map, even if not recent. Meanwhile, over on Excommunicado's side, it is their most played map of the season. They've played it 13 times. They've only won it 5 times. So when you're looking at a team that's played it twice, won it twice, versus a team with a lot of experience playing it recently, but not quite as successful of experience, it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out.
Alrighty. Well, our bracket is updated. Our teams are set. Let's hop back into the gameplay here and see how Excommunicado are going to do against Blaze. Excommunicado, we did get a quick peek a little bit ago. They did cap on this map. They capped on the north turnstiles. So, knowing them, being the capping team they are, I'm wondering what we're going to see come out the door here when they flip over to Marsoc. Blaze, your hand of the map, is going to be sending a couple of people through the north stairway, and 1 or 2 actually in the basement. Let's hop over to TBN here, fellow caster, going through with Dr. Aquafighter on the horseshoe staircase.
And it looks like they aren't going to get any resistance there until they are matching up against Zero Cool, who's keeping a hard eye on the south end of Horseshoe. If they move to the north end of Horseshoe, there's not really going to be anyone there to stop them right away.
Yeah, they are relatively exposed here, but they do get the kill on TBN here with that TAR 21. That's his suppressed as well, people. So that's an interesting choice, but it is going to at least slow down Aquafighter a little bit, I think, here, knowing that 1 is across the platform. Zero has a very good bead on this. Well.
Yeah, an excellent use of map cover in kind of an untraditional way, where the cover is behind him. He's using the shadows and his black uniform to help mask his presence there.
And Beluga, Captain LB are coming down from the red room. Wicked is waiting here.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. I am looking at it.
Excommunicado getting a little antsy in the basement. 2 minutes and they haven't seen any action.
Zero Cool might have a bug right now based on all that chatter saying where the uplink actually was not. It does give away their position, unfortunately.
Yeah, 3 of us are staring at it, man.
And throwing the team a little bit into disarray here while the team is all shifting around trying to figure out where exactly this was, which was in the basement all along. 2 did pull back, giving him a little bit more cover directly on here, but look at this, Captain LB coming around the corner. Wicked's got that C4 on the door frame.
I'm from Boston. It's nice to meet you.
Captain is not gonna know what hit them here in a second. Beluga also walking around a lot back there, getting a little bit too comfy, I think. Ooh, look at that. There was a little bit of a flashlight angle, too. I love seeing flashlights coming out. And right next to the C4 is Wicked going to click this. Or are they going to wait and get Beluga? Nope, they're not going to get Beluga as well. This could have been clicked right there. Oh, just a little peek on that flashlight, and then saw a different light wrapping them up there.
Lost Captain, they killed the guy.
They were able to confirm the kill before they went down there. That will bring us down to a 3v3. The remaining defenders from Excommunicado in a pretty tight formation on the objective.
Logan wisely turning this flashlight around. It does give away the fact that they're there, but I think it was just stealthy enough to be able to do this without being seen there. That flashlight probably not going to be effective too far out, though. Oh, a trade out as we are approaching over in Gould. Operator Durg is in a great position for covering both sides. Really only need to cover the one now. As Aquafighter and Kitten Mittens are going to be coming down the south stairway. Durg is going to get a little bit of an action. They are peeking out. Oh! Excellent flashbang location there. The second one not going to be effective, though. They are very, very peaky. This is dangerous for both. Oh! What just happened there? He gets a 2-for-1 in the same trigger pull.
Yeah, they just were bunched too tightly on the push down the stairs, and ends with a trade 1v2. An excellent job by Excommunicado to hold that down there. Starting off strong on round one.
And 1 second while I have my kid kindly interrupt here. Sorry.
So we'll move now to round number 2, where Blaze will attempt the defense on the same objective. This time Excommunicado on offense. It'll be interesting to see how they shake up their defense based on where Excommunicado is focusing their defense. If they'll utilize any of those same positions, or mix it up a little and expect a kind of a counterplay on their own defense. Not terribly uncommon for teams to defend like they attack. You know, if you're heavy defense on the north side, chances are that means that you like to attack the north side, and et cetera with that. So it'll be interesting to see what Blaze can do with the knowledge that they gained from round 1.
Now that we're back on scoreboard here, there we go. Let's get things a little bit more formal. My picture was over my face. Yours was covered up by the sponsors. Here we go. We are now good to go.
Really?
Round number 2.
Round 2.
Because you're not supposed to stop the timer.
And let's see what the team's loadout's going to look like. Any C4s. Looks like we got one C4. A couple of night visions. The late C4 placement here for defense. Aquafighter is going to tuck in next to the crevice there for the vending machines. Beluga. Oh, look at this. Beluga is going to encounter 4 of the 5.
They are not likely to be expecting this.
Zero is not expecting this.
-1.
Down confirmed. Quick radio call, and it's Duggar. There goes Operator Duggar. Wicked is now going to have to really rethink how they're going to take this. Beluga doesn't have to push out. They can just wait. Looks like they're going to just go the opposite direction with Kitten Mittens now going down in the red room entryway. The rest of the team now needs to shift the coverage to a longer range here. Captain with the, I guess he saw just a little bit through the smoke there.
I traded with the guy in mains.
Wicked and Blue is great. But they will not likely be seeing a revive coming out here. Ooh, but a great C4 by Aquafighter. Oh, and a...
Oh no!
The way that
Oh.
looked to me, he had a grenade in his hand when he died, and it went off after his death to kill his teammate. That's what I was seeing there.
Yeah, they were really getting all that utility set to go on Aqua Fighter, but whew, it's gonna leave a little bit of a sore spot for Excommunicado. With that, we are now up on the platform. And Blaze is on Marsoc, so I'm kind of wondering what we're going to see for a potential push here. I haven't seen... I could be wrong. I haven't seen Blaze really push for caps and all, but I also haven't cast them in quite some time as well. So...
It's a very capable objective. It would not surprise me at all to see some cap attempts come out here for both teams.
Yeah, Excommunicado you clearly expect it from because they do love capping. But while this is cappable, on their team, I think TBN is strong on it. I don't know Kitten though, so I haven't really paid close attention for the capping potential. Normally Excommunicado is just like, okay, given the team, they all race each other. So I'm expecting at least a cap attempt coming out from them when they are on Marsoc. But let's pop into here. Round number 3. We got a flashlight and a C4 from Wicked.
Alright.
Ghoul's got the nods. Got another C4 from Stranger Man. No. Thought I saw a green glow there.
Looks like we're going to see a 3-2 push. The 3 on top might split off from each other there.
Third
And they
covering
do.
the
Kitten Mittens
south.
taking the north. Oh, Zero Cool with an aggressive push-up horseshoe. Takes out TBN.
Yeah, it slows Aqua Fighter down. That's going to be a key slowdown because that does not enable them to get into a good position on a Marsoc side and start seeing long-term on the platform. They're going to opt to go entirely off. Zero Cool is not going to get any more action this way. Hop over to Kitten Mittens, who is now watching the north stairway here. One being here for backup. Who's here for backup? It is now Aqua Fighter. Ghoul could see them. Ghoul sit in the tracks.
Cap'n and Beluga have opted to take the basement route, so we are not going to see any action with Wicked's placement of the C4 on top of the stairs. Instead, Cap'n will be facing off with Ghoul very quickly, with Beluga facing off with...
Aqua Fighter's gonna get a little bit more resistance. They are not having any luck getting down a staircase fully right now. But Cap'n is also in a great place to... Yeah, here's the utility.
the frag.
I'm not good. -1 on objective. I thought I heard one train car.
Down goes Wicked as well.
Yeah,
Here comes another flashbang, but
One down,
not
Echo
going to
3.
be effective. Zero Cool is all the way around
Echo
on
2, Echo 2.
north.
North is dead.
Yeah, he flanked them out, took out that north push, and that is going to spell danger for Cap'n, as he is not watching his behind right now. Oh, he just took a peek there, but not in time to see Zero.
Down goes Dirk. Beluga
We're down to a
and
2v2.
Cap'n have control of the platform. Zero Cool tags Cap'n at least in the back, but is Beluga gonna get here? Or are they gonna end up fighting this off? Stranger Man's coming from behind Beluga as well. This is the last man standing for Marsoc. This at least provides a little bit of a coverage from where Beluga's coming from.
Another excellent pick by Beluga, but he just checked his tablet and realizes he's the last man standing. He's going to rotate towards these north stairs up from the basement to get a better angle down onto Stranger's position, which he should be familiar with because he did take a few shots from Stranger. Excellent rotation by Beluga. Blaze takes round 3, bringing themselves up 2-1.
So what a great rotation set we saw from both sides there. Zero going all the way around and tagging a few out in the north staircase there. And then Beluga at the end, really knowing the map and the placements of where some folks go that are meta positions on these tracks. Being able to at least get a good angle and tag them without any real confrontation at the end there. That said, Excommunicado is now here on Marsop. And we're in round 3, so we'll do a quick score check here. Beluga 9-2. Woo! Real cool, 5-3. Take a quick peek in on Latin Force and Blackwatch. They're on Snow Peak right now. They're in VRML 3. And we're here starting off round number 4. Let's see how they're going to defend this. Beluga's going downstairs, going to encounter potentially Wicked. Stranger Man. They're going to slow up in the basement here, though. Aquafighter maintaining a very neutral angle in case somebody does come up the stairway, though. Like Stranger Man may challenge that in a minute, but they're going to hold up for a little bit, though. Wise choice considering the fact that a lot of people rush in down this way. Down goes Wicked. Beluga 10-2 now.
God, and Ghoul goes down to TBN. Stranger and Aquafighter trade, bringing us to a 4v2 in Blaze's favor. Operator Durg and Zero Cool rotating away from the south stairs. They had already gone down.
A frag grenade that did check this corner, make sure it was of the platform was safe. Wasn't going to hit anybody, but I guess better be safe than sorry. Zero Cool and Operator Durg do end up coming around through the basement. Are they going to run into Beluga is the question. You can hear their sounds from the other side. Beluga is going to need to push forward just a little bit more.
Zero Cool and Operator Durg in a very dangerous position now, with Beluga being behind them.
But looks like Beluga is distracted by the sounds from above, which is their own teammate. Zero Cool and Durg now.
They are now. Yeah, Beluga now pushing onto Durg and Zero Cool's position. Checking the other alley. Oh, this will be a dangerous thing if he doesn't know they're there.
Coming into the crossfire. Thankfully, they didn't team kill at all there, but that does give away the fact that they are coming in from the basement. Uh-oh. Oh, it was just a utility throw.
Just getting rid of excess utility, I guess.
I think they picked it
Even
up.
a couple flashbangs on the ground. TBN now immediately above Zero Cool and Durg. The smoke is not going to be enough to stop TBN from taking them out here.
Look behind you. Look behind you. There goes one. Durg is now going down as well. Blaze taking this 3-1.
TBN with a triple kill that round, just holding that entire end of the map in the north there. so well.
Whew. Yeah, Blaze is off tonight for this matchup, so they are in match points for Excommunicado getting knocked out here, and we're in the North Staircase. Excommunicado did wrap up their matchup. I don't remember who it was against, but they did wrap up the round 1 with a cap here. That said, Blaze is on Marsoc. So they just gotta eliminate Excommunicado and they win. Whereas Excommunicado, they're gonna have a bit of a hard fight in my opinion, coming down between platform is what I'm expecting, at least 2 on, and then at least North Staircase with 1 pushing. But we'll see how things play out here. Thanks for sticking
Definitely
around so
leaning
far.
in Blaze's favor right now, but you can't count Excommunicado out. And if they take this Volk round and then cap next round, it is over. But that is still a steep hill to climb.
Indeed, and I welcome everybody who's coming in from the Blast On raid, and see that popping in chat here. All 7 of you, thank you for hopping on over. Hope the Blast On action was treating you well. I did see a little bit earlier. It was some good fights going on there. So we got 3 going to hold defensively on the North Staircase from Excommunicado. Wicked NJ, and Stranger Man, pair. Usually see these 2 going together. C4 and a flashlight. So that flashlight, yeah, it covers just enough on the staircase. A quick drop. Meanwhile, Excommunicado has 1 going all the way. I'm sorry, Blaze has 1 going all the way around Beluga. Going through the North Staircase. Kitten Mins just holding up, making sure nobody's going to be coming up from the front there. I think they're chatting with Durg.
Echo
Down
4.
goes Beluga. That's a very key kill for them there. Very key kill. That reduces their top player down to 10 and 4, leaving the rest of the team kinda even in kills.
Yeah, a very off-meta defensive position from Zero Cool for this objective in particular. Relying entirely on Dirge in order to prevent a push from the south. But so far, Blaze seems to be just kind of hesitant here on which way they and when they want to make this approach.
Yeah, knowing that that Beluga is down now, it's really going to be a mind game for them because they have to at least make this push shortly. I mean, they got 4 minutes left, but they have to figure out how they're going to adjust for this because Beluga was going through the basement. That likely was supposed to be their setup person for creating a bit more chaos. And without that chaos, if they choose to go down the North Staircase still, this may not turn well for them. Do see the North approach from Excommunicado weakening just a little bit because Stranger Man is dialing it back. But they are being very, very patient here.
It's almost like they are trying to bait out a flank and are expecting it. They are posted up here like they are defending market objective, not attacking North Stairs. And they are just patiently waiting here for something to be, or some move to be made by Excommunicado. But meanwhile, Excommunicado staying very disciplined and just waiting, letting that clock tick down.
And it's an interesting strategy here from both sides because you usually don't see so much of a stalemate in movement happening like this long. Ultimately, Blaze is going to have to move, and they're just going to make this a shorter time and a more stressful time for them to push down. You see a little bit of movement finally after a little bit here. 2 minutes 30 seconds remaining, and Wicked is gonna get a little bit of the action here. That C4 is posted on the wall. Down goes Kittenmans. Aqua Fighter around the corner, looking for the rush. Wicked is gonna dial it back, not being ready. Aqua gets the kill there, but the flashlight is still there to slow them down. Ranger Man is gonna potentially get flashbanged or grenaded as well.
Flashlight right there. There's one by that trash can.
To the left. I got
Right,
smoke.
TBN is still sitting back here, waiting for things to kind of pick off. Not exactly sure what the strategy on that would be here, but the rest of the team is doing this push.
Meanwhile, Zero Cool has started his flank. Stranger able to take out Cap'n.
I go two.
And Kitten.
Down goes Aqua Fighter, and Excommunicado
And
holds it
Zero
off.
Cool's flank. Excommunicado bringing it back. They are now in capping distance. And we know that they can do it. They just did it last round.
They just did it.
Last matchup.
And I'm wondering if we're going to see a similar play here, because of the fact that they just came off it and it worked. I don't remember who it was. Who was it in the bracket? I can't read my own screen because of how small that preview window is. But let's see.
Excommunicado was against Legacy with that cap.
All right. So another diamond team, right? If I remember right here. Either way, another top tier team.
Legacy is a diamond team right now. Yes.
And Blaze is higher ranking than them. 19 compared to 25. So this might work. Might work.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they approach this, if they do it the exact same way. And also interesting to see if, we played that live. You got to wonder if Blaze was done with their match, were they tuning in and watching along with everybody else? I don't know which match finished first.
Yeah, because while the matches are ongoing, if yours is done, you can peek in on the Twitch as well. I think we're gonna see a 2-2-1 split here, though. Instead, Beluga getting very, very aggressive here. That gives their position away, making them very, very well known as to where they're going to be hiding out, either on the corner or on the garbage bin. While the rest of the team, look at that, we got one in the basement, it looks like. Yeah, one in the red room here. While the rest are just kind of holding still. Let's see where Ghoul's going for basement. It seems like they're trying to pull off what Blaze had just done. But Blaze...
Well, they did have a defender there last round. And as we've discussed, having a offense similar to your defense isn't that unusual. And so they likely just know that works, and so we're prepared for it. We do see a M203 smoke coming out from Zero Cool onto the objective. We're going to aid that push from the south. They will still have hit. Meanwhile, Beluga, Stranger Man, and Wicked all finishing off in the north here.
Down goes Beluga with that from a double flashbang from a counter flash. They both flashed each other at the same exact time. So now Stranger Man and Wicked are going to be making this push here in the north with lots of action going on in the platform area as well. T-Man getting Durg, who was coming in from the south stairs. This is going to weaken that approach there because Zero Cool was over here as well. They opted to duck down in the basement instead. Going back, all the way back around. Not sure what the mentality is there, especially with the rest of the team trying to push in from the north.
North,
check
you
out
said?
Aqua Fighter.
Okay. Okay.
Nothing too special there on the kit there, and Captain not laying down to give that little extra bit of a foot grab. They're also just using an AK-12 instead of a PKM or the G3. Ranger Man is getting dialed in on, but did get the quicker shots off. Aqua to back up Captain though with that kill. Does give away the position. Wicked is going down the staircase, suppressing this position here. Question is, are they going to run out of ammo as Kitten Mittens comes around the corner with a smoke? Not a flashbang, unfortunately, but Zero Cool is now the last one alive here. Blaze could take this round and the match ultimately. Zero's got 2 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Not a terrible amount of time to switch things up and rotate back around because we do have a long trek, but anything to throw them off their game will help. Here's some shots still coming out from oh, one-handing it. I am getting stuck in the walls like crazy. Look, what is going on with that there?
Well, Zero Cool has opted to rotate in a completely different direction, heading down through Spiral into the basement. 2 minutes left on the clock.
TBN was watching that angle with a good amount of cover. I guess the amount of time taken to last here from Zero is throwing that red flag of the flank. Zero does make it in time for TBN. That's going to give away the position as to where the flank is coming from. A minute 30 seconds remaining. Aqua and Kittenmans now are going to be focusing south instead of north.
I'll get him if he comes to this side.
And they're holding cross angles here.
It's going to be very dangerous for them to defend this with the remaining defenders only being in the north, as it is difficult to not reveal yourself too much to the enemy while watching this objective. We could see Zero Cool playing it safe and just trying to get picks as they peek out, watching for him. But he only has a minute left, so he can't wait too long.
Kitmans is getting
Yeah,
antsy.
middle platform.
Look at this angle too. Lots of protection for Zero.
He's down to 40 seconds left on the clock, and if he does not clutch this round, the map will be over.
Here's a 30-second
that
bell.
30. Yep.
Lots of
Making
terrain to
his
cover
move,
being out
20
in the open.
seconds.
Kitten Mittens around the corner. A trade out. Blaze wins.
Excellent job.
Alrighty. Well, Excommunicado gave it their all, but Blaze ultimately grabs it 4-2. We are going to go to the intermission here briefly and pick up another match. This was a little bit longer for us here, so we might be a little bit farther down in the bracket. So we'll see you shortly.
Got the team name set.
Alrighty, we are back live here with Grimtide and Delaire. So we are almost wrapping up here. Grimtide just needs to win this last round as well, as we saw with Blaze in a similar situation where they just needed the one round to take it. Maybe a similar score set here if Delaire don't grab a cap here. They're in the basement.
Yeah, this round could decide the map in either way if Delaire gets a cap or if Grimtide can hold that defense. Could be jumping in right at the deciding moment here.
Let's post up here for a second.
5 minutes left on the clock.
Not seeing anybody on platform right now from Grimtide to throw off Delaire coming up on this platform here. They're really kind of being being let on the platform until we get to the north here where we can see Reaper starting to look where Zamboni kind of laying down, but that's only one out of the rest of the team. Creamy has arrived, is still coming up through the horseshoe as well, so Reaper's got to really watch two angles, choose which one they're going to watch. Looks like they're ultimately gonna watch the staircase. Come back to them in a minute here. Let's poke around to Too Fast and Oasis. Taking platform and then going down the maintenance stairway is an interesting choice there.
Creamy and Reaper about to cross paths on camera 2.
Oh, a trade out!
And they
Traded with someone on horseshoe.
But Creamy's just downed, able to give that call out, going to give a little better information to Delaire than to Grimtide, who will just receive silence from their teammate up there. The only person on the platform to defend up top here means that the res for Creamy is going to go off without a hitch.
Let's take a look at the rest of the defense here. Iron with a nice little laydown angle. Their feet are sticking out a bit, depending on how they shift around. Looks like they're not very comfy on the floor there, but at least able to watch the tablet poke out with some ankle shots there. Carrot on the opposite side to back them up is going to need to watch any shots coming from the opposite side there, so they don't want TK. But Sleepy and Omega holding the south down. Sleepy is in a great spot here. If they even just kind of crouch down a little bit more, reduce that profile, make sure nobody gets that headshot when they come down the stairway, that would be a bit of an improvement. Vega just being patient here too. Again, we're in kind of that stalemate of movement right now, minus in the horseshoe, like we were seeing with Blaze and Excommunicado.
Yeah, very slowly creeping forward from the likes of Zamboni in the north.
They only got 2 minutes remaining. They need to start moving.
Where's Too Fast?
Yeah, they have secured the platform. They are just being methodical about clearing it out, making sure they have, in fact, cleared that out. That is going to really tick down that timer. As you said, now less than 2 minutes left on the clock. 5v4.
And
looks like
Zamboni is proning still, laying down, while Oasis is walking around nice and loud. So I don't know what they're waiting on. Like, you're now down to a minute and you gotta push this staircase. If you don't get through this staircase and survive, then it's kind of wasted time.
Absolutely, and as you said, Oasis still making a decent bit of noise. Iron is going to be well aware of the push coming in from the stairs here. Carrot's laser a little too close to Iron for my liking. Gotta be very careful that they don't kill each other. Oh, but the C4 from Iron!
C4?
Oh, I was looking for it. I didn't even see it.
I didn't either. And now comes a south push here with GT Sleepy getting one more, but Fisher comes around and gets Omega. Sleepy now exposed from behind, making this a 2v2. South platform basement is secured. Carrot getting one more, knocking them out. 25 seconds remaining for Fisher to get in here.
But Fisher taking out Iron is not prepared for Carrot's position. Grimtide take the map 4-2.
And honestly, I'm sorry to say it, but I don't even need to go to scoreboard for this because of how fast that wrapped up. That was a very quick round for us here. So we're gonna go pop into intermission again and grab another one if there is one remaining. I think the lobby was a little bit light, so we'll see what happens here. We'll be right back in a minute. Alrighty, everybody, we are back here. We have Hell on Wheels, K-Pot. We are changing things up. It is refreshing to see Suburbia. We've been on Subway so much tonight. We saw this lobby ready sooner than the other one we were going to grab, so we said we're going to hop over to here, see some Suburbia going on with Hell on Wheels and K-Pot. Not sure what the stats are for these teams at the moment here, but should be starting up here shortly. If I may dare to see how this works. This is something I've been working on. I'm going to do something a little different. Nope, or not, because we're flipping in. So, Suburbia, we are going to do this. I was going to try showing the stats here quickly, but we're going to flip into gameplay instead. Let's check out how Hell on Wheels are going to handle this attack.
Yep, there's definitely
On
gonna
the
be like
red
one or
car.
two.
Free fire coming out from Lane 3 as we were kind of expecting, especially at this tier for both teams. Knowing all those little angles count. Samurai is going to hold in behind the house on 2. Quick pre-fire from Carter on 2 as well, but not going to connect with anything there. Taking a quick peek while Marsoc is not being quiet. Seal on the red car, getting a little bit of chatter out here. Just make sure that's where it's cleared out. Nora holding in on lane 2. Also with a PKM.
Meanwhile, Samurai and Cardi are really approaching Fever's position here. Lots of noise being made. Fever's going to be well aware of their presence. Out goes the utility.
Nice kill.
Woo. That could have gone very, very differently over there.
Yeah, great
Lots
work by Hell on Wheels.
Lots of defenders from KFOT really flanking around here. Look at this. EJ is on the burning building with Daida covering the playground.
-1.
Down goes Seal.
You get my cover?
Only a tag.
Yeah, I got him.
Okay,
So that's the
thank
second time they pushed it out there or flag.
But look
I
at
got
it.
3.
He's not saying anything, so he's... Is there confirmation? Yep, there's going to be confirmation at that point.
An excellent plan by Hell on Wheels to let KFOT's defense do their work for them. They are very aggressive on the defense so far, with no one having eyes on the objective. Nora, more flankers in the back there. Dita goes down. EJ still left on a flank. Was able to pick up Cardi.
Marsoc
And
did
then a
not want to risk
trade.
that with... Yeah, trade, but still revivable, and both ultimately shooting at the same point on their head. So now it is down to Nora, who's got a pretty good visibility set here on the uplink. Taking a quick peek at the exact angle from the overhead. Lots of coverage on both sides. Lots of audio cover. It is a 1v2, so Samurai coming around.
Oh,
the kill,
and
and
taken
Nora-
out as they throw the utility.
Yeah, it was on the porch. They all were actually.
Yeah, that flashbang did not go early enough for Nora to get that that quick surprise there.
An
So-
excellent push by Hell on Wheels.
Hell on wheels here.
What a defensive play to see them so aggressive. And only one defender died on the north end of the map.
Yeah.
Every other defense player died even with or behind those houses on the south end of objective there. Like, I've seen flank defenses before, but never a 4-man push.
Yeah. That was very off-meta, risky, but I mean, they got 3 down. Could have been worth putting somebody maybe on lane 1 in the back houses there to at least be a little bit more kind of tucked in. Possibly. Might have been a little bit of a different story if we had seen that kind of a setup there. But let's Let's see how
Pretty. More pretty.
winners of that round are going to do the defense here. Looks like we might see the same pre-fire from Hell on Wheels. Only a few rounds going out, but Catholic Goat and Trickster are going to be pushing up as well here into the hedges and tucking in. Fever on the right-hand side. Eej. Well, that was a body flow there. Thanks, Onward, for the physics going on with that.
I think it's down to a 5v4 in favor of KFOT. Lots of utilities going out in and around Catholic Goat's position.
Few rounds out from Seal, trying to at least get some free fire going on there. Catholic Goat also doing a little bit extra fire. All this pre-fire through lane 2 is not connecting at all. They got the angle right, might be able to tag Seal, but got the mini-map. They are spreading out equally over now. Trade between Samurai, but that does give the capability of getting the call out there. Down goes Samurai, and Bono's Cat. Not going to be seeing Nida actually popping out over here shortly as well. We are now down to a 3v4, a 4v2 now. Still coming around for the refrag, does get that kill on Catholic Goat there. And KFOT just picking them apart in the chaos that was going on just around a couple of lanes.
Yeah, an excellent offensive push now from both teams as we start trading Marsoc rounds. Now we head to this center building, the mansion upstairs objective here, and this one is always a recipe for chaos.
Yeah, this one, probably everybody here knows. Can be easily capped on in less than 30 seconds, 45 seconds if you really take it slower. You aren't as tall as some others, since you get a little bit of that speed advantage there. But there are some defensive positions that are keen on as well. I mean, everybody knows this top staircase on the door frame, but you can also sit across the sides of the stairs and just really wait for them to come in the back door. Once they hit that carpet, they're done. And that also gives you a little bit of a standing position for the striker on lane 1.
That'll be interesting to see how they shake up their plans for this new objective type. KFOT's extremely aggressive defense that we saw in round 1 would be a little harder to pull off this time around as Folk spawns so far away from the objective.
Yeah, how they choose to handle this rush on the uplink is going to be kind of critical, because KFOT has a lot of terrain to cover, and yet also a lot of exploded kind of defense patterns that you could throw out here too. Throw one on lane 3 on the H barriers there. Could throw one all the way in the back here. They only pop up when you hear them. See, it looks like Seal might be going for those Tesco's. Oh, they're opting for a full utility push with Shiva around the corner. Flash, Seal all the way in the back now with Trickster, the only one able to actually take that pick off. And Seal's rotation entirely shut down. Samurai is in the building.
He's
Samurai's
upstairs,
in
he's
the building.
uncontested.
It's uncontested. What is going on here? Hell on Wheels.
No, I was capping. No.
Oh, they
No.
got the last kill as he was capping. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, you do need to let your team know when you are capping, because a little bit of trigger discipline there from Hell on Wheels could have netted them an additional point on the cap.
That would have been a big game changer for Hell on Wheels, putting it at a 3v1. Radio clicks, or at least a call out capping, or like the plan to be just like, hey, hold off on kills just a little bit while you're in that tent. While it can be hectic, just Sit down. Sit down a second. Just let me get in there. Let me see how that works. If you keep your tablet awareness going on as well, while it was all of 34 seconds, whew, that would have been a potential game changer. And just like that, we're getting right back into it with round number 4.
Yeah, now we see K-Pot attempting the same objective. So far, we've been trading Marsoc rounds, so it'll be interesting to see if Hell on Wheels can hold this one down. Even if all we do is trade Marsoc rounds, that is going to go Hell on Wheels' way, as they did start Marsoc.
And one pull all the way around to 4 as well, a little bit later than the rest of the team. The rest of Hell on Wheels are all inside the building.
I got one lane too.
Well, an Airburst C4 does down Fever.
Down goes Chronoscat. Nora only down. Seal able to get the revive there. Catholic Goat tucking back in. Oh! Samurai coming around after that revive. Oh, trades out in the end. We are now a 2v3. And just like that, Hell on Wheels take the round again.
Chaos!
Like, all those kills just happened literally in the last, what, 5-10 seconds there?
Thereabouts, yeah. I mean, what started as a very K-Fought favored series of trades, where we ended up with a 3v3 with 2 resable for K-Fought. That push from Samurai to take out those attempting to res the downed Marsoc players was a huge success, and from there chaos just ensued, and not even 5 seconds later the round was over.
And look at the stats for K-Pop. They are 7-2 on Suburbia, whereas Hell on Wheels is
3 wins, 4 times played this season. So K-Fought definitely has more recent experience, but you know, both teams know the map like the back of their hand, and Hell on Wheels' win percentage is higher. They have a better rate on the map, and they are showing it in force here. K-Fought has their work cut out for them. They cannot give any more ground here.
I think that was a little bit of a quick lag spike there, but they do ultimately trade out here on 1. Fever pinning down a little bit more on the Cart Huey back there, but Shiva takes care of that after the utility thrown out there. Catholic Goat also looking long for Nora, or also Daida in the top. Daida's tucked in pretty well there. Samurai's gonna actually grab some. Samurai's gonna grab some utility as well. Nora could have just popped right on out and actually taken that kill here on Catholic Goat.
Meanwhile, Seal is still very aggressive with his defensive hold here. And if Hell on Wheels stays on the west side of the map, they're going to have to live with it. Oh, and they trade with Trickster.
And now Hell on Wheels has full control of the house. Doesn't really matter, though, because of how aggressive Samurai was with Nora just not peeking up for that kill. So that was a quick Suburbia round here for match, more like.
And excellent play by Hell on Wheels there. They've taken this matchup 4-1. We will now be looking for a new set of a new matchup, rather, to bring you, so hold tight.
All right, we'll see you in a little bit. We'll grab a new match and come back in probably a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Alrighty, we are back here with 5 MOA and I'm sorry, who is this again? 5 MOA and who?
This Delere will be our
Delere,
Marsoc
alright.
team to start here. We do have quick spawn on the lower dumpster objective. We just lost one on 5 MOA.
And Apex and Blade are now seemingly kind of trapped as they're trying to maneuver around so close together, so much that a couple of rounds could take both of them out.
Or the aisle.
That was a pretty good smoke ultimately though, but doesn't give the obscuring fact that they're looking for it too fast. If they suppress that angle, at least push forward. Yeah, just like that, Blade does at least get to the next set of rocks. His entire team is basically down still. Is Apex gonna get another angle on too fast? Potentially.
Second floor and one on roof.
Blade needs to do a quick reload as well there. The Oasis is now down on the first floor, gonna be coming outside on the opposite side there. Oh, change of mind, going back up top. Get in on too fast. See what their angle is with this PKM here, which is excellently suppressing the entire team. Death Legion coming around and getting that kill though.
Oh, but getting a refrag by Zamboni with his SKS.
And Kremiev's arrived is in a good, interesting angle to cover the street here. It's narrow, but as they're doing now, they can rotate back for a little bit of a later kind of a peek up, but
I got some.
Take out Sentinel 9, bringing this down to a 3-3.
oh, that was a
great.
quick little reflex there on Oasis, but
downstairs.
now this leaves at least the hotel open, and Creamy has to now come at least on the uplink building to at least get an angle on that point, but Zamboni is entirely missing out on Apex here. Is that... Never mind, that kill does ultimately come in. Down goes Blade. This is now a 1v2 here with SW now identified. Zamboni is pretty exposed from here, though. Arc 16 with that firepower. A little bit of slower rate of fire, though, does ultimately help get these kills out from that angle. Is Creamy has arrived going to get an angle on the last member of 5 MOA? 2 minutes remaining. Look at this. They were the red dot on downfall.
So they are. Two minutes left. They have plenty of time to take it slow, but Creamy knows exactly where they're at. At least where they were. Going to be worried about a rotation now that it's been a little while since they've got eyes on SW. Here comes that rotation now.
A minute 30 seconds remaining. This push is going to be coming in here, but the thing is, just which side of the building they choose is going to be very, very critical.
And Creamy eyes on that side of the building through the gap in the rocks there. An excellent hold by Delere.
And do a quick reset here. I need to swap the team names around. Oh. Bear with me 1 second here. Get the rest of this set up, as we did pop in pretty quickly as the map or the round was just starting off. So I think the big issue for that attack was the fact that they all chose to go the same way. They got quick spawn, they weren't counting on it, and it's not. Oh, sorry. They weren't expecting to get that spawn. They needed to really have a plan in action, a plan in case just that event did happen. All taking the same building, not a great idea, especially in Downfall with how big of a map it is. You can spread out and at least have a few more angles covered. The big swing to get too fast out was the one point that allowed them to start moving up, but it was kind of late already in the round to really be able to capitalize on that kind of a kill. They're all looking for quick spawn. They have not gotten it.
Yeah, this time no quick spawn. Delirium going to be in the far northeast.
Shit.
And with this,
White House.
early shots out of Sentinel-9, getting the call out on White House is accurate.
Look, he's on the hill.
But we also have Apex who's coming around that way onto Marsoc Twins. And it's like Oasis is going to be starting to look for that direction as well.
Yes, twins. Yep, he just got in. Oh, no, he just got in.
When a trade goes out between Apex and Oasis, Oasis just downed though. Death Legion able to take out too fast. And just like that, we're down to a 4v3. Creamy probably is going to get the res off here, leaving us 4v4.
That does open up the hillside on Marsoc Twins for a good push, but Death Legion is going to be at least looking out the window, able to capitalize on anybody peeking out over the hillside.
Sentinel-9 has identified Blade's location there. Threw a few shots into that building. When a flare comes out, don't see a lot of those, especially on daytime maps.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a distraction, but nobody's using nods right now on here, and even then, it wasn't in a great position for any obfuscation of movement. A lot of extra caution being taken from Delirium here, trying to get a little bit more around in the north. They're not trying to go for the uplink directly where it's a little bit more, I don't want to say necessarily clear because Jono Joke has the northwest, but nobody really watching the center here except for Death Legion, who's rotated into the front of the house. From the angle from the building's perspective, everybody who approaches from the center is there, but there's a lot of cover that's capable being utilized from Delirium.
Yeah, they're definitely taking it slow, letting themselves get into position before they make this push.
It was like center hotel or behind it.
Ooh, a great pick by Oasis onto Blade is going to really open up the push from Sentinel and Zamboni in the north.
And that communication between Sentinel-9 and Oasis is definitely going to give the idea that the hotel is now neutralized. The question is, are they going to be able to get around here, especially because of the fact that Death Legion is watching the center of the map still. Creamy has arrived, is looking in that direction of the building, but Legion is back so far that they're inside that room. They're not going to be able to get seen from there. Maybe now. Oh, yep, and of course, we say that Creamy has arrived, goes down with the headshot.
And SW able to down Sentinel.
Got one.
And not a very easily res position. Oasis able to down SW in response, meaning we just have Death and Jono Joke left to defend here. And though they are going to be able to rely on SW's callouts to help prevent any aggression going unseen. Great pick by Death Legion on Oasis. Means that if Zamboni can get Sentinel, we can be at a 2v2, but that is kind of a risky location here. They go for the smoke res.
What's in that?
And there we are, back at a 2v2. Minute and a half left on the clock. They've got just enough time that SW will likely bleed out before the final push comes in.
And Jono Joke is now finally going to get a little bit of action after their patience here. Zamboni is going to be coming into the line of sight in a second here.
A very late angle held by Jono Joke, and it pays off. Sentinel now the only one left. Death Legion has focused his attention more towards the objective. Is now looking for Sentinel.
Yeah, SW is still getting these callouts here as well. It's,
Central bungalow, guys.
here we go. There's Central Bungalow as a call out. See if they understand what that means.
He's right beside the trucks.
That smoke definitely should have helped Death Legion identify where exactly that had come from. And across comes Sentinel 9.
Great defense by 5 Moa, holding it down, tying us up 2-2.
Alright, very different change of pace that we've seen here compared to the other maps, such as Subway and Suburbia. Suburbia ended in, what, 5 minutes for us on Hell on Wheels and KFOT? So, very, very different pace here. Last 29 seconds.
Matchup.
Take a quick peek over to VRML 3. Looks like they are in between matches here as well.
Looks like we're down a player on Delere. They might be calling a timeout here. Nothing's showing up yet. Creamy is back in. He should be good to roll soon.
And we're now in on the west bungalow for this uplink. This is going to be interesting because of the fact that the last couple of rounds have gone so long in time that we may see a late push coming in from 5 Moa to kind of get in on this uplink and cause a little bit of chaos in the helicopter 2 story. And even maybe the hotel. But capturing both of those is going to be easy for Delirium, obviously, because of how quickly they spawn. The real question is somebody going to be all the way in the back on the hillside? Is Delirium that kind of team? I haven't casted them before. We'll see what's going on in a second here, though.
My kid's cutting out. Oh my lord.
Sentinel, too fast. You go Center Hotel. Cover that shit down with Zam.
Last minute planning here. Not necessarily a great thing, but we'll see how that kind of works out for them. They're gonna get set up here while Marsoc, Apex Driver, trying to get something. Looks like they're way off though, ultimately on Zamboni.
It looks like 5 Moa might be going to capture that central building there. That's a great pickup at Oasis, looking to stop that by taking upper red truck with a flank here.
SW does have a little bit of protection here from that angle, but if they approach any farther forward, that'll change. Well, they do try to take a couple of shots out through the window on the hotel. Not going to connect with anybody there. Here comes Apex.
Center hotel down. Center hotel
in the
down.
middle. Getting a little bit more aggressive on Center Hotel with the 1 kill. There's another over there. And Zamboni could also exchange some rounds and suppress some fire. They took a quick peek over towards this bungalow. They're kind of pincer between Oasis and Zamboni now, though.
Yeah, White House is dead.
One's at center
A lot
bungalow.
of shots
just ran
being
in.
traded back and forth at range here. We're now down 4-3. Apex and Oasis are adjacent to each other in different rooms of the same building.
One's in North Bungalow. There's one in North Bungalow with me.
And the utility goes in. Oh, but the frag does not take out Apex.
Oasis now looking down on a tighter angle than what Apex can provide by peeking out.
Yeah, he's going to need some
Oh, they're
utility or
moving.
some backup from SW.
Look
Here
at
it
this,
comes.
look at this! That angle
the
just
teamwork.
saved Apex.
So what are we? 2 remaining?
Yeah, the teamwork from 5 MOA just saving the day there. Apex was in trouble.
-1.
But down goes
Sentinel
SW
able to
after
get the
that kill.
refrag.
And
Bravo.
look at this now, it's a 3v2 with Zamboni kind of trapped and Sentinel-9 in a good position to cut the map in half, but very common. They are ducking back inside ultimately to the northern half of it. I don't know if they're gonna see
They're gonna have to be.
blades yet though.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be worried about Joe rotating around here, as neither defender really have eyes on the objective. And if he can go undetected, Sentinel, recognizing that, is taking a peek to the south here. Sentinel calling out Apex's location. Blade is a little off tempo with
2
his
minutes
team
left.
here. He needs to get closer to the objective, be able to support Apex's position.
The amount of bullets just came over at Apex there. Alright, well, Joe, no joke, is kind of in the safest route right now. The question is, during this little bit of exposure there, Zamboni, yep, does actually see that and get the kill. It's now a 1v2 with Blade out in the open, looking for Sentinel-9. They are coming back into the window, but as they put their gun down, and they get the kill.
Blade.
Zamboni, oh, it's actually only down, but
Call me out.
yep, there's the call out. There's the Blade acknowledged. I don't know if they realize they are the last one alive though for 5 MOA.
You need to check their tablet. They've got a minute and a half and an open objective. If they can just get past Zamboni. Zamboni with a very dangerous cross to get back to the objective.
Yeah, this callback or crashback on uplink is very critical. 1 minute remaining. Flashback coming out. Does get Blade, it looks like. Nope, maybe not. Maybe it was just below the wall. Zamboni got the angle on Blade.
Oh, and he just misses the Zamboni in that window. Oh, that was looking dangerous for Delary there, but they do hold it down. Bringing us to a 2v3. We're at 2 points to 3 points, rather. Now
Looking at the
Delary will get a shot at attacking that same objective.
And looking at the kill counts here, they're pretty. I mean, they're pretty kind of opposite sides here. 3 and 4 for Too Fast, 2 and 5 for Sentinel-9. Oasis and Zamboni on the opposite side with a 5 and 6, whereas it seems there's a bit more spread on the 5 MOA side. I'm wondering if Delary is able to get in position well enough that they can get those picks that they need. and ultimately get those kills to kind of win this off for them. Taking a peek on VRML 3, looks like Hydra and Primordial are up.
Yeah, they're sitting on a 3-2 over there on Tanker. Looks like another close matchup on that side.
Hydra in the lead with 3, and it looks like they're going to run out of time. Primordial's going to run out of time here. Alright, so we got the southern spawn of 5 MOA.
I don't go by that wall.
Let's see how they're going to ultimately defend this, as Marsoc looking for a center and a valley push. Early wow! Early 203, doesn't connect with anybody, but that was... Whew! That could have done some damage early on.
Absolutely.
Death Legion's gonna sit and watch the valley in Helicopter 2 story. Joe No Joke is sitting on uplink with SW backing them up on the opposite side of the streets. Blade and Apex holding in the middle. Let's see what Apex does while they get a little bit peeky here.
Ooh, and Zamboni able to take out Death Legion. We're going to draw some attention to that south side.
One's
And
at
while
the rock wall
Oasis's
between
position has been
upper
noted,
dumpster and
with Apex taking some
Marsoc.
shots in that direction.
And while they do seem to have the angle advantage here, there is the potential for Too Fast to also be looking this direction, getting those shots in that doorway as well. Wow, Apex getting Oasis and another one getting Zamboni out there. Only down. Down goes Blade in the first floor. Too Fast is crashing in on this building, going upstairs and going to flank Apex entirely, now making this a 3v2 with one revivable for Delirium.
And the revive goes off just in time for SW to take him down.
10 hotel is clear.
We are left at a 3v2.
SW is in the line of sight for Too Fast. They're gonna pull off. I don't know if SW is gonna peek out though. A little bit of movement there, but that laser is just barely missing their head.
Box 2, Joe. Watch the north side. Watch the north side.
A very appropriate call out to also be watching the north side by SW is unfortunately going to be futile in this case, as unbeknownst to 5 MOA, all 3 remaining Delirium players are in the south.
5 MOA.
Oh, and looks like that
now
flash caught
pincer
SW.
Flash. Yep.
That's another.
Joe No Joke is not going to have a direct angle now, though. And they are outside. This round is looking like it's in Delirious hands to take the match. Joe No Joke's not even looking in the right direction.
Joe. He didn't notice that SW went down, and still watching the north. Delire take the map. Excellent play there.
Very nicely executed from a southern push. SW and Joe No Joke had some good angles to potentially defend that coming off, but the call out to look north, well, if there was more communication as to where they were all coming from. I didn't hear call outs south and center. It wouldn't have had Joe looking in the wrong direction with a PKM. He could have been looking out the window, looking south, looking for Too Fast to come across that street. That said, we're wrapping up here. We're gonna go find another match. Let's see what we get. We'll be right back. Looks like Inferno 3 is still on Primordial and Hydra. So if you want, you can go pop over real quick there, but we're going to be right back here. See you in a few minutes. Alrighty, after so long, we are finally back. We have Blaze and Blackwatch. Here's your roster: TBN, Aquafighter, Kitten Mittens, Captain LB, Beluga, The Murfinator, Brandon J1S, Noto now, Cash Crazy, and Craftomic. So we've seen a lot of Subway. Lots of people loving this map this weekend. Personally, I don't know about you, I'm a little tired of it. But it is what it is. We are here. We are in the basement. The question is, where are we gonna go from here after this uplink, and how are these teams going to play it? They have not played each other yet. Blaze, we've seen Beluga purely dominate on this map. Or like what Visceral, like what, 10-4?
Yep,
Something like
that
that.
does sound right.
10-5. It was something in that range. There was a 10 in the kill slot. And yeah, once you take that player out, you got a good chance of getting the round a little bit more.
That said, both of these teams are undefeated thus far in the Challenge Cup. They are ranked 1st and 2nd right now, and so whoever takes it here is going to have an excellent shot at moving on to finals.
I don't think that works anymore. As a kid.
Brandon with C4 and a flashlight. We'll have to keep an eye on where that goes. We have 3 going in the south. Yeah, Brandon played this last time as well. His flashlight was right in the face of somebody before, and Brandon, a little bit of a change up on where that C4 was going. Last time it was on the door frame on the opposite side, but now he's up top. Let's take a quick peek over on the opposite side here.
I don't think that C4 landed quite where they wanted it to. That's going to be really easy to identify for the Marsoc team here.
Yeah.
And well, yeah, it looks like we have got a 2-3 split with 3 going through the basement. They're going to run into Kraft and Brandon. And while TBN and Aqua are in Horseshoe. And it doesn't look like we have any Blackwatch players above the basement. So they are going to have full control over the platform. And until they get to the C4 and the flashlight here, they won't have any... Oh, wait, where is Note now? Oh, that is going to be the big switch up here with Note really getting aggressive with that defensive position down the hallway opposite Red Room.
But the problem is they are not hearing the fact that Catman and Beluga are down this way. Beluga's got a little bit of a hunch to go check this hallway behind Noto, but they're not peeking out. So I think they're gonna just entirely bypass until the C4 or a couple of shots come out, and then Noto's gonna come around and with a good flank there.
Exactly my thoughts as well. If they aren't careful, he is going to roll up right behind them as they push out towards Brandon and just destroy them there. TBN and Aqua still pushing in from above, still no resistance. Kitten monitoring the platform from above the stairs in the center there.
Yeah, Noto will definitely be able to hear those footsteps, but Beluga and Catman are really holding this nice and quiet and decent angles. I think the fact that Kitten is going around on platform as they are is going to at least get Noto a little more distracted.
Train very well.
TBN is now off the platform, or now onto the platform off the stairway. Doing a quick check here, being very, very loud. But right now it doesn't look like they have to actually care too much, because they're just gonna give away the fact that they are up here, and that's kind of
There's one over here by the OBJ or the entrance
well known. Well, they're doing a sound check. That's what this is.
Sounds like due north, one by south stairs, and there's one down.
And a captain calling out that they only have 2.5 minutes left. If that C4 is identified by Bluga and taken out, not that they can confirm that, the light's on the other side, but a couple of solid hits there is going to take that out.
That flashlight is there to back up the angle of, at least once you get out this doorway, and you look to your left, you're blinded. So it is very nicely placed. You can kind of actually see it on the stairs, just ever so slightly. Maybe, yeah, if you're good, maybe 5.5, 6 feet, you won't see it as badly. But once you're down here like Captain is, yeah, it's done. Aquafighter on the platform as well here with Kitten Mittens. Craftomic not checking this way.
Oh, he just looked over.
Down goes Captain. Brandon could have been revived, but uh-oh. TBN gets Brandon from the back there as well. Platform is not entirely clear. TBN last remaining oh no!
Oh, what?
The frag grenade was in hand.
His frag blew the dead C4 and it killed him.
Wow. Well, that gives
You can take
TBN a
out
bit of stroke of luck, but whew, what is with that? That's got to be a bug or something there.
Well, I know you can take out the antenna, but you don't remove the explosives, so a frag grenade is still going to blow that up. How unfortunate for Not Now.
TBN 25 seconds remaining. This push is coming in here. And smoke picked up from likes of one of the Volk bodies, but is it going to be enough? Murfinator and trade out.
And Blackwatch take it on the trade. An excellent hold. Starting us off here on Subway.
What an unfortunate grenade. I really didn't know that it was still technically live, so to speak, in the fact that it can blow up after you shot it. I thought it was entirely disabling the thing, but I guess if you, I mean, in real life, if you have any sort of striking device to set it off, it would work. So maybe that actually is realistic there. Maybe
Yeah, I mean, you can take the fuse out of a stick of dynamite, but if you throw that into a fire, it's still going to explode.
It's still going to go boom. So that was Blaze on Marsoc there. And looks like they didn't really get any kills except for TBN the last 30 seconds. So it's interesting to see how that changed a little bit, considering we saw previously Blaze with Beluga getting 10 and 5. Maybe it was the fact that they went down the way that so happened didn't have anybody clearly in the line of fire there, with Noto now behind them, and the C4 being disabled kind of gave away the fact that somebody's going to be watching there. Similar positioning as what we saw on another team. Did we watch Blackwatch earlier? I can't remember. There's been so many casts now, and so many matches that I can't remember who we've seen, who we haven't yet.
Okay.
Here's round two.
As much action as we can. Yep, we are loaded into round 2. This time, Blackwatch get a chance to attack the objective they just successfully defended.
TBN going up top, over to the north.
Oh yeah.
Looks like they're doing a quick change up in positioning from where Kitten Mittens was going over a little bit late. Early shots out from Noto, identifying Captain LB. Maybe it's just all pre-fire. There was the frag grenade over here. I don't know who it was, but...
Cash is rapidly approaching TBN's position on camera 2 here. That clash is imminent.
They left... got all the way down here with TBN just around the corner. Kind of expecting TBN to go in for a full push, or actually on the vending machine to the left of Cash. But
yeah, you might remember this is where TBN started the last time we were on
you're
Subway
right.
on this objective, and it was very successful. He was able to get 3 kills from here, but that was a more north-heavy push.
I have a flash.
checking back in on Craft Atomic down here in Catman. Being very, very loud.
Something might be wrong with Cash, as he seems to be frozen.
No! Okay. Thought it was a
Oh,
disconnect,
he's still with us. He's still with us. Okay.
Oh no.
Meanwhile,
where's
we
his
are
gun?
getting some action in the basement.
It's on the table, or on the back. Craft Atomic is now down. Cabin coming around the corner, looking for anything. Not going to get it. Flashbang is not going to be effective there. Captain is actually exposing themselves here a bit more than expected.
Meanwhile, TBN was successful against Cash Racing North. Murfinator and Captain trade, leaving the path open for No Toe now. But we have Beluga coming in hot with the flank as Brandon takes out TBN. And the flank pays off. We are now down to a 3v1. It is not looking good for Brandon on offense here.
No, and they've got the call out of stairs. So for the horseshoe here, problem is Brandon has plenty of time to rotate, but where are you gonna go from here? Beluga's down in the basement on the south side. Here's the smoke that was not effective. Are they gonna pick it up and move it? Nope, they're gonna just leave it for the audio cover, it seems, and pull on back to go down into the basement where we were just saying Beluga was.
It looks like Beluga is now hunting up top for him, though. Sitting at the top of the north stairs. South stairs. Up from the basement.
Probably be able to hear Brandon here in a second, though. 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. They're not really wanting to go too slow because you don't have a lot of the time for it, but...
I'm on the south stairs looking at north stairs right now. I don't see anything up top.
And Beluga calling out his position to his teammates is going to give Brandon a lot of information here. That there is someone in audio range. And now Beluga's going to head back down. Exactly.
So Beluga coming around and...
Some utility.
Alright, looking for the utility. Just going to throw something down the hallway here. Or not. Maybe get rid of it from a defensive point of view. I was gonna say, an interesting choice to sit in the corner there while you're fully exposed. Brandon is coming around that corner very, very shortly. So,
I think mains. I'm pretty sure mains.
Oh, and as Beluga was saying, I got footsteps somewhere around here.
Great work by Beluga is going to take the round for Blaze, tying us up 1-1.
It looked like somebody from Blaze, I'm sorry, yeah, Blaze had disconnected there. Well, there were only 4 X's in the scoreboard up top, so I wonder if we're gonna see another Craft Comic, actually on Blackwatch, looks like.
He is back in, though. Shouldn't cause us any delays here. We now move to North Stairs objective. This is definitely one of my favorite objectives for casting. It is always a hectic time, and I love seeing those cap attempts coming down.
And we've seen rotations from both TBN and Beluga earlier tonight, so maybe we'll get that. Either way, this is going to turn into be an interesting uplink for where we're going to, and maybe we'll go to the platform after this Or, I don't think Chinatown is until... I think it's platform next. We'll have to call that out later, see what happens later, because we got a little bit of a theory to where it goes, positionally, like seeing if it's going to counterclockwise rotation, but that might have been a couple of flukes and pubs. We'll see what happens here. Let's go into the round 3.
Yo.
Focusing on Blaze Blue, go downstairs. Rest of the team pushing over towards north. TBN's gonna break off with Cabin. Now, an interesting thing we saw earlier that they're not doing now is that Kittenmans is right around the corner from Noto and Octofighter. They actually held back further in the night in the Chinatown area, waiting for somebody to actually push us, and that was against Excommunicado. And they just both sat there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how they mix it up based on, you know, what's successful and what isn't, and also based on who they're fighting. I mean, this is Blaze versus Blackwatch. These teams have played each other before. And...
Oh no!
Oh no!
A team kill from miscommunication down in the south of the platform. All that pre-fire from Kitmans isn't going to give him any luck there. TBN is around the corner with a flashbang. Wouldn't be pretty useful here right now.
That is going to bring us down to a 5v3 in Blackwatch's favor. Noto really holding it against TBN and Aqua here. Cash putting in some blind fire to help slow down any push from the south.
Light smoke from TBN on the top of the north stairway here too. Noto's looking to try to get rid of it, but grabs his knife in the end of it all. I don't think they realize what's going on, but TBN could push through this and start,
Oh, he's not moving the smoke. He's standing in it with his knife. If somebody rushes him, he's going to stab him.
Oh!
Oh, but it does not work. The C4 play, though.
Go, you go.
Unfortunately,
Watch out.
downs them, and they get out of the way in time for that frag to be unsuccessful.
Yeah. That frag up top landing
what
in
a
the wrong
play.
spot. Jeez. I'm gonna say, is this a frag grenade? This is just like a dead throw utility. Another alley-oop from
wonder if
Brennan to
it's
get
a
this flashbang
fake.
up, but
A fake out, you know, they throw the 10 smoke to try and bait the
3 left.
Oh, Cap'n with the grenade onto Murfinator's position right before he died.
You hear that? Yeah. Showing on here.
Kraft couldn't go and go rotate back in and get Murfinator. Now it's entirely clear. Murfinator doesn't actually have the ability to see much though from where this body is positioned, so you might not be thinking it's worth it. Two minutes 40 seconds remaining. Plenty of time here, but TBN is really insisting on going down the stairway.
Do you want to rotate? I don't
They
know.
only got 2 minutes late. No, 2 minutes left, so the rotation that they're discussing would be a little bit late. Let's see if TBN, a little bit of an angle on Cash Crazy on there. I don't exactly hear what Aqua was saying, but it looks like it might have been just a time call out or something. Nothing terribly important.
No
Problem is,
res
Cash
will come out
Crazy.
from the Murfinator at this point, even though it is safe to do so. They're just holding it down, making sure that nothing happens, using them for the call out.
thing is, Cash Crazy is tucked back in enough that TBN's not going to get this push.
He's watching for it, though, as he makes his way down.
Brandon's been very patient. Woo! Laser comes right on TBN's head as he pulls right on him back. They are really holding them back at 1 minute. Yeah, look at this. Like, what do? You've used all the utility around you. You've got to just throw yourselves in at the same time and go for it, or you got to figure out how to get that hand or cash. But Brandon still hasn't been identified.
Crash peeks out here. Oh, looks like he's wiggling his tablet, trying to
get the distraction. Down goes Brandon, down goes Cash. Uplink is open. Craft Topic is coming back.
Tablet's
is TBN
out.
gonna get this?
Craft is not gonna make it in time. TBN's gonna cap.
Craft Tomic's getting some free fire. Come on, TBN. You gotta get this code in faster here. There you go. That was a very, very long cap.
We won.
Very, very long cap.
Oh. Oh, that came down to the second there as Craft Tomic was going down to Dr. Aqua's fire right as TBN was punching that code in.
Man. The fact that it took...
exactly why I love this objective.
The fact that it took so long, I think they didn't know the code. I think they didn't know the code initially because they could have been faster on that. Instead of taking what seemed like an eternity, was probably only 10 to 15 seconds, but Craft Tomic, they had just fired at Aqua. Ooh, that might have turned out to be a little bit different, and yeah, they probably would not have 3 points right now. I don't know what to say on that. That was not expected. To be able to get in there, because the fact that that Cash Crazy had just decided to not use their gun and throw the tablet out as a distraction to try to get an idea as to when they were coming down the staircase. Like, great idea. Wrong time. That's not typical Onward time for it all, is to kill her.
Yeah, just an excellent play by TBN and Dr. Agua as they were pushing down that stairs. It was 3.5 feet too, and those stairs were being held tight, but the timing, they just executed it beautifully. You now head into, what that be, round 4.
I'm just gonna be late.
This time Blaze attempting to hold north stairs for what could be match point.
Premature there.
You're real excited, aren't you, Blue?
A little bit of picking on Blue after those rounds going out there. Getting a little excited as to what just happened with that last round. I think Blue's got the C4. No, it was a fragment. Somebody got a C4 for going to north, but that's going to slow down. Oh!
And Cash is resable, leaving us a 5v3. Unfortunate loss for Blaze. Great pickup for Blackwatch.
Yeah,
Bluga's secure those hotels.
Bluga's a strong player from what we've seen before, but that pick is going to really hurt them now, allowing them to rotate all the way in the north. Basically, free until Captain gets the little bit of things. They are actually laying down this time. They were crouching previously, but the smoke is just going to indicate exactly where they are, and the fact that they're just going to keep them around, let everybody get in until last bullet reload. Hitman's looking for something over there, but TBN is across of them. Not. Oh,
looks
no,
like
so now is right here. Oh!
Trying to cap in the smoke does go down.
Cash Crazy has a little bit of time left on this smoker, but Captain is going to be rushing through and not poke all the way out. TBN goes down to the platform. Cash Crazy needs to reload. Oh no! And Blackwatch return fire with full-on aggression, finishing this round off in 2 minutes. like, what amount of chaos in there was just caused as a way to bite back. Cap there would have also thrown it right in their face as well, being like, hey, we can play this game too, but we're going to do it a little bit more aggressively and with confusion. But fortunately did not work out for them. They got shot through the smoke as a good protective kind of the fire measure. With that, we're now on the south road, so my theory was not right. That's okay.
Another very spicy objective. We saw a cap here earlier. Was that by Blaze?
No. No, it wasn't. It was... I want to say... Oh, we didn't see Captain Subway yet. Man. Now you got me thinking as to, like...
Yeah.
Who that was. Like, there was an excellent
all the different
cap.
subway rounds.
Yeah. There was an excellent cap that was brought out on the fence line here while two defenders were sitting in the corners on the east street approach. Let's see. I didn't see any C4s. Murphy is going to just sit down where they were. Flashlight comes out on Brandon. Maybe not exactly where they want it, because that is tucking in. Noto is going to be doing this heavy push, following up their frag grenade, but gonna hold off, waiting for Beluga and Kitten. Oh nope, they're gonna do a quick peek.
Great information gained for Blackwatch.
They at least know one's there. They've got a Mark 16. See what's going on the south side of the stairs. I didn't see a C4 coming out earlier. I don't know if you did, but Captain LB and Aquafighter are coming up the stairway, whether Murfinator likes it or not.
Cash does have a clicker in here.
Oh. Brandon just downing Beluga with it in the end.
I don't see anything.
Kittenmans is going to get this revive because Brandon had a C4 out over that way, placed probably by Noto. But
yeah, we've seen that before where Brandon brings the C4 and then somebody else places it. Meanwhile, there's also still C4 over in the shop alley here as Cash has a clicker.
oh, there was another C4. All right, I missed it as I was looking.
Oh, I see it. It's under his tablet.
What? It's under his tablet.
He put his tablet down on top of his C4. I've never seen that before.
What is this craziness? Cash crazy. He's got some crazy moves going on here. Now the thing is TBN gonna recognize this as kind of like an IED, so to speak, with it? Like,
it would definitely be off-putting to just see a random tablet, but really all that would mean is you would assume somebody'd be right around the corner looking at it.
or somebody died. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're not gonna expect to see 4 here.
What a play to bring out here. We just need to see if it works.
Nice one.
Meanwhile, Kraft is able to take out Beluga, bringing us down to a 4v4.
TBN is right on top of this. Like, you gotta be thinking, like, what is with this tablet here? And you can kind of see from his point of view that it's slanted, just kinda, but not enough to like be like, oh yeah, there's a C4 there.
Oh, he's pointing at it to Kitten. Something, he knows something is wrong.
Oh! He got himself,
but he downed himself in the process.
And Captain is up top, and then goes down to Brandon. Brandon looking for Aquafighter. Not gonna find them, and Blackwatch win the match. What a crazy way
Blaze.
to wrap this up. I'm sorry, Blaze. Blaze wins this. BLA. Blaze. Wrap this up with such a crazy way to go down.
Yeah, Blaze now positioning themselves one win away from moving on. Let's see if we can find the Hell on Wheels game and get into that action so we can see how teams in 3rd and 4th place are matching up. We'll bring that to you live if they're still playing as soon as we can.
Alright, everybody. We are back, and we are on the final match of the night. We are here just slightly early because we were having a couple people pile into the lobby. We are here with the undefeated on both sides, Blaze and Hell on Wheels. Hell on Wheels is home, but they decided to give side choice, it looks like, to Blaze. That said, Hell on Wheels, we did see one match earlier in the night, and they have a sub, Jake from Skate Farm, on their side now. So, we're on Bazaar. Let's get that changed up here on the scoreboard, and we'll be hopping into it shortly here. What a night, though. What an afternoon and night. Blaze, we've seen a couple of times here, dominating on Subway. Thankfully, in my opinion, I'm tired of Subway right now. It's been a long 4 hours, 4.5 hours of pre-show and everything. So I'm excited for seeing Bazaar. What about you, Visceral?
I am as well. We've only seen this map one time on this channel tonight, so it'll be great with that mix-up there. And this time we are going to see a different objective. We've got in the South Central Street here. And yeah, we will have Blaze on offense first. And I am excited for what will finish off the day for us. And decide who will be first seed.
And with that, while we've been going for 4 hours strong here, we're going to do a shout out to the sponsors, as we did start out with that earlier. And we're going to wrap it up for the night with Pro2 VR, VR Cover, VRWare, Arma, Mersey, really good quality there. VRML, of course, and the various staff and Patreon here. I think Nightfire contributed a little bit into the pool as well. So thank you to everybody for what you're providing into the finals game tonight, in a couple of weeks here. That said, round one, Hell on Wheels holding defense with Jake from Skate Farm sitting on the uplink building looking towards the tank. Gonna see absolutely nothing until maybe a little bit too late here, while basically
I got east
4 or
cross,
5
2 east cross, multiple cross
people.
from tank, 3 east cross, go ahead and south.
We can hear it getting all those callouts there, all except for one, Luga. Behind Kayaks.
Very strong push in the east here from Blaze. 3 of them have already made it past Samurai's line. Just Aqua Fighter left. It looks like Aqua Fighter is going to kind of follow the central street here. In the meantime, the remaining Blaze member, Bluga, has opted to enter Kiat. We're going to kind of shoot at them from the center here, maybe provide some cover, some distraction.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of pre-fire to try to get something through the market. Maybe a little bit of that distraction, as you were saying there. But look at this.
TBN.
Samurai. Oh, they turn around!
Oh! He looked away at just the wrong time. It's that onward timing, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, TBN just catches the back of Samurai.
And that ultimately saves Dr. Aqua Fighter over there. And it's not going to really open an avenue up, but it's going to give away their position here. The rest of the team really hasn't shifted from the Volk side yet, though. Catholic Goat is moving around a little bit, but there's nobody really contesting them here, except for until we get to a later angle here, say on Trickster. But they are not even covering the street side, they're covering in on the wall.
Yeah, it won't be until Trickster or Ponoscat that they'll see any resistance at this point.
Smoke on Blue Room is
Bluga
called out.
Yeah, Bluga and Aqua are definitely helping to distract from the south push here. Ooh, and
Only
TBN downs
downing.
Catholic, but yep, you're right, just downing him. He will be able to get those call-outs. And Trickster now dialed in on TBN's position. Here comes the laser.
-1 south.
Trickster gets TBN, really going to go down that south push.
3v1 with a 1 revive, but Trickster is not pushing back for Catholic Goat. They are dialed in on Captain LB, but that is a very fast reload there. That was reflexes. Gonna help out Beluga out in the open in the street. Are they going to get in with Skate Farm there? Kitten Mittens goes down. Chaos ensuing between a couple of
Beluga gets
on the
past
uplink.
Jake
Beluga.
with a flash. He's now tablet out.
Ponus go. Oh no! The kill comes in instead of the cap. The kill
He was
comes
rotating
in.
back to the cap because Jake was only downed. Oh, if he had confirmed that kill there, that could have easily been a cap.
Oh.
Still a great Marsoc round for Blaze.
Yeah, it was great. Like, it was just a cap opportunity missed. They could have just left the chatting alone from Skate Farm and just take the cap. That would have been 2 on the board, kicking it off. Perfect entry point. Beluga got all the way in there, basically no problem though. Earlier we saw them all the way up in Kaya. Like, they went through Kaya all the way into the market on the east side, came out in the street, and then crossed again to get in the building. Like, what a rotation they had there.
Yeah, just a powerful play from Blaze there to start us off. Definitely going to put Hell on Wheels on the back foot as they are going to now attack the same objective that they just failed to defend. But you know, these teams can never be counted out. They are in the top 2 spots right now for a reason. Both teams undefeated tonight. One of those teams looking to break that streak now.
Looking at chat here briefly. Thank you for everybody for sticking around here. All 65 of you that I'm seeing right now. I know we've been bouncing around a little bit between viewers on 3 and 1. Absolutely appreciate you guys sticking around for the entire duration. Crazy Dave. Yes, Skittles would be great.
I don't know.
See, we're gonna see 2 stick in the south there. One going all the way around, and a nice spread out offense as one goes down already at the tank there. Even in a bit of an off-meta spot.
Same spawn.
Yeah, very forward defensive position from TBN is really going to rely on Beluga to stop from getting shot from behind here. But a very powerful angle to hold on anyone attempting to cross this street.
Yeah, and they do have to worry about back and front in their head. We'd obviously know they don't have to. But we could hear in his voice he's very calm, collected, knew exactly where he was going, what they were looking for, and needed to relay the information to the team. Trickster's gonna be coming through the market here. Nobody's gonna be getting him from the refrigerator and souvenirs. Catholic Goat is eyeballing the uplink. Not gonna see anything unless Aquafighter really kind of pushes closer to the uplink there, though. Checking on the rest of the Marsoc team.
TBN opting to call out the crossers as opposed to try to take shots. Oh, but then he goes down to Catholic Goat anyway. Unfortunate for TBN. Brings us down to a 4v4.
Yeah, they did get the intel out at least, though.
We've got a very heavy southern defense here from Captain and Mittens.
Trickster still moving along very, very slow. Looks like all eyes are focusing in the correct direction here. Captain is getting a bit peaky. Look at this little angle. There's fly right through their eyeballs and their head. That is an excellent little peek there. Really giving that map knowledge a good hand, because I don't think anybody, I'm flying on the opposite side, I don't think you're going to see that little bit of movement very easily there.
No, not without a really good headset or scope.
Auto Scout was taking a quick peek through the pallets. Might have been able to identify one by sounds, but
And all's quiet on the field as Hell on Wheels makes their approach and gets ready to attack this defense. Hidden Mittens has rotated away from the south. He's kind of watching for any more cover here from the west.
I think it's Catholic Goat. Oh, did just identify where Aquafighter was. They are now effectively pinned.
Getting shot at.
They have a clacker as well. So there is a C4 deployed somewhere.
One kill. There's another one in the south.
Great pickup from Cap'n. This is going to give away his position to Panos, though.
Thing is Panos going to be able to recognize where they are with that little bit of a peek.
Oh, and Cap'n
holding that angle.
watching for the cross.
Oh, frag.
Oh, and that frag got him. We are now down to a 2v4. Catholic Goat looking to pick up Cap'n.
Beluga trading out with Trickster too. Catholic Goat, now the sole Hell on Wheels. Blaze just holding the strong defense here with one revivable. Down goes Catman as they are rotating back in. Unfortunately for them, not a great decision and timing. The Catholic Goat has a minute 30 to remain. Yeah, minute 30 remaining there.
And those shots are going to allow the Blaze team to know where Catholic Goat was long enough to get Kitten up. So we are now a 3v1 with Catholic and Kitten fighting it out. Kitten takes it. Blaze now up 2 on the last match here on Bazaar.
And the momentum they've been keeping between our break even. There was what, maybe a 10-ish, possibly 15. I wouldn't keep a track. I just knew I had a break to go grab water and whatnot. But the momentum they've been maintaining is phenomenal. They were dominating on Subway the entire night, and they have not lost a match yet, as we were saying earlier. But the ability for them to change it up a little bit on Subway per team that they were playing, I think they kind of did a little bit of that research ahead of time, figuring out what they might be going up against and kind of how they can take the same plays but throw a little bit of variation on. And we haven't seen them play Bazaar yet. But let's take a quick peek at their stats. In the Bazaar side, they played it 6 times and only won it 3. So it was Hell on Wheels' choice, if I remember right. Or it was side.
Hell on Wheels, being the home team, would have had the choice of whether to pick the map or pick side. We ended up with Blaze on Marsoc, Hell on Wheels on Volk. We don't know if Blaze chose Marsoc or if Blaze chose Bazaar, or vice versa, if Hell on Wheels chose to pick a side and chose Volk.
With how Blaze has been playing tonight, that we've seen, I would kind of maybe relatively expect them to choose Marsoc in this case, since they don't have map control with it. Initial shot out from Shiba with TBN and Beluga in the same hallway. A flashbang or a rush. Oh, no smoke, or I'm sorry, there was no weapon out for Beluga that we saw there, but they trade out, get the revive in the end.
-1 northeast.
Trade in players now with refrag there. So 4v4 with the team doing that northeastern push. I'm wondering, oh, that smoke a little bit far. I don't know what exactly Beluga was shooting at there, but they have identified exactly where Catholic Goat is. Oh, an excellent throw. Not enough, really, though. You're gonna peek at Catholic Goat's perspective. It leaves the entire, almost the entire doorway open still.
Yeah, great toss getting it in the door, but it just went a little too far.
And if Jake stood up here
Wow.
on this pallet, they might have seen Kit and Mittens already. And they definitely would have had the peek on Blugo. Uh-oh.
Ooh, Bluga trying to bait out Jake, but instead going down to Catholic. TBN up on the scaffolding now, trying to get an overwatch on possibly taking out Pano's position.
Yeah, I think they need to
Well,
stand
Dr.
up at the
Aqua.
very least there to get that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Dr. Aqua is moving in through the center, and we have Kitten kind of hanging back. Not really matching the tempo of his team here.
Yeah, it might be a big detriment here as we are kind of trading players out.
Kitten Mittens opting to rotate south, maybe? There they go. They're going to run into Trickster guarding down there soonish. Meanwhile, Dr. Aqua getting very close to Catholic Goat's position. And if the callouts had been good, they should know that there's somebody there. Yep, there goes Trickster taking out Kitten, bringing this down to a 4v2 in Hell on Wheels' favor.
On you, Trickster.
TBN is going around looking for Trickster. Oh no! They don't get that ultimately.
We're Echo 1, Echo 1.
That was probably a little bit of an aggressive move to be doing here with really a 2v4.
South side of Main Street.
Yeah, not looking good for Dr. Aqua to take this objective. We have seen crazier things, but it is now 1v4.
And again, Jake didn't stand up here at all.
Courtyard.
Trickster is around the corner, being patient though.
Ooh, baits out those shots.
The
from
slash would be
Dr.
good. That
Aqua.
might have been.
Nice.
A great job by Trickster taking out several members of Blaze and putting a point on the board for Hell on Wheels.
So is this the momentum killer that Hell on Wheels needed?
That is certainly what they're going to be feeling in the tent there, you know, coming down to the final matchup here, starting it off 0-2. It's got to be getting in your head, but
Yeah.
you know, these teams aren't going to let that get to them for long. They're coming back now and they're wanting to start some momentum of their own.
And we haven't seen Blaze play this this kind of a mid-range map yet. Nor have we seen Hell on Wheels. The only match we saw with Bizarre was Latin Force earlier, and then I think it was like round 2, maybe round 1. So we'll kind of see how they play this, especially being not their strongest map statistically. Their strongest right now is Cargo.
You gotta know
Yeah.
that was one of the first bands that came in when you have a strong map like that.
Yeah, they played it 9 times, 5 wins, so they were 9-5 with it. 63 round % win rate there, but let's see how they set up, especially since they have a little bit of that extra time with Hell on Wheels all the way in the northwest there. Typically we see C4 coming out here. Yep, there's one.
A lot of teams making a lot of very good use out of C4 so far.
Yeah, earlier tonight we saw C4 under a tablet, aka the Hot Wheels ramp. That was a new trick up somebody's sleeve there. I don't think I ever thought of that before, seen it early. That was a good surprise I'm like, oh yeah, let's use one of our own equipment to and giving up your tablet awareness. Not a very easy decision, especially if you're the last one alive, or if you have that risk of being a later defender.
Very pushed up here towards the center market, where Samurai and Catholic Goat are now just about even with them there.
Yeah, and Catholic Goat just did a mag dump to ensure that that corner was clear. So they know dark is at least available. We do have one all the way in the north.
It looks like Samurai might have just called out Bluga's position. He was talking about there being something near scaffolding.
But also, Pano is over there, at least in the blue room. They could be mistaking that footstep.
I think he or she moved into blue room.
Here comes Catholic Goat looking for that blue room check, but... Oh, the flashbang did not go over the wall that they were anticipating. Samurai gets that quick kill. Catholic Goat is going to now be uncontested over here.
And that's a very strong pickup for Hell on Wheels.
TBN does have a later angle when they come out, but they're going to have to really get out that door, crossing the TBN's path there. So it looks like they're going to actually shift it up a little bit. Instead of coming in from the south, they're going to come in from the east side now. Take a look at Cap and LB's position over here.
One south blue room.
Jake identifying Dr. Aqua's position, successfully using that smoke to get out of the way. We see some M203 smoke coming in. Happen takes Jake out in the north.
Yeah, lots of activity going on. Pano's
on the objective.
He's on. Yep. What are we gonna do? We're gonna kick this off with. Actually, not even. They are in. Oh! Lots of defensive fire. This round could have been over if they did not crash on the uplink with all this pre-fire here. Very, very wise decision from Blaze.
Yeah, they had some flash utility out there as well. Oh, a great nade from Captain. Downs Catholic Goat.
And TBN gets that smoke out of the way.
Prevent the refrag. The confirm will not come in, so Trickster will be able to get the res off.
TBN
now down to 2 versus 1.5 here. Probably 2. This Catholic Goat should be resable.
TBN made a great last-second throw there to get that smoke out of the way. Really effectively wasting all of the smokes that Trickster, Catholic, and Panos could actually get out. That gives them absolutely no utility now.
Did you get that guy?
Absolutely no utility. In a minute and 20 seconds remaining here. The problem is they have a good distance to cover in a minute and a half with a lot of open terrain. The southeast blue room is no longer accurate either, so they don't have an accurate location here. The problem is they're rotating back now.
We have a minute left.
Yeah, a minute left on the clock. And they are going to run into TBN very quickly here. Catholic Goat might be able to recognize that. Nope, he goes down to TBN. 1 left on Hell on Wheels.
45 seconds remaining.
No, 1 on me, below me.
TBN able to call out Trickster's position. This spells trouble for Hell on Wheels. 1v2.
Clearly, with all the exchanges they've had here, this has been a relatively even firefight until the last man here going down with these Only losing the one round, not losing the momentum here though. They are now going to be on Marsoc with a new uplink. Oh, we are in the southeast courtyard.
This
Is
one can get dirty.
Blaze going to be able to pull this off?
Are we going to see a cap to end the round? Or will Hell on Wheels be able to hold us down for another round or two as they try and hold on to that coveted first seed position for tomorrow's match?
And we haven't seen them use a lot of smoke through the nights. We've seen them use C4, we've seen them use grenades, but smoke I don't think we've actually seen come out in a great capacity from them. Maybe except for one north push on Subway, but even then they couldn't capitalize on it because of the amount of fire that was going on through the smoke. So I don't know, if they don't identify they need full smoke cover and somebody doesn't bring a 203 smoke grenade, this is going to be difficult. But the thing is, if they don't grab the round, they go at least on defense. And we've seen them lock defense down. Hell on Wheels is no stranger as well. They know how to defend this uplink. The question is, are they going to have the discipline to stick it all in the courtyard buildings? Because we saw them doing that earlier with Trickster and Goat, kind of on opposite sides of the wall, or is this going to be one man going out to at least kind of disrupt a Marsoc attack? A lot is on the line for them right now. They either hold this uplink, and they go on Marsoc and they have to then use the smoke, which they've clearly been able to get out on uplink. Or do they,
Just got word they're having a little bit of technical difficulties there from Hell on Wheels. They are trying to get that fixed.
I think we lost Catholic Goat there.
Just checking with them if that's going to mean a timeout, if they'll be able to continue playing. Yep, that is going to be a timeout from Hell on Wheels.
Yeah, we're probably just now beyond the 2-minute timer, so they would have had to use it. They only have 5 minutes for a timeout, though. It is only tactical timeouts allowed right now. So if the tech issue does occur and they cannot get back in, or they cannot get a replacement in for a fifth, this will be a 4v5.
Either way, we will be bringing you the action here live.
So I'm looking at Hell on Wheels stats here. Very, very interesting discovery here. Bizarre day. 1 time played, 0 wins. 6 rounds played, 2-1. This is not their great map. So either they got to the point of where both teams had banned the strengths, and we are basically left with a handful of, well, geez, we hate all these maps kind of a thing, or they wanted to play something new that they were trying to practice on. But I don't know why you would do that in a Challenger Cup kind of a format right now. It doesn't sound right. Their strengths actually have cargo as well.
Yeah, if I had to put my money on it, I would say they finished their bans, got down to a list of maps that each team is, kind of acceptable with, and then Hell on Wheels opted to get that bulk advantage. And that is probably how we ended up here with Blaze choosing, what seems to favor them. We are back into the round. Well, it looks like they've got those difficulties sorted out. We got a north spawn from Blaze, so any pre-fire down the lane in the south here is not going to be effective, whether they take that tactic or not.
Let's see, so Pano Scat's going in the blue room. Trickster is holding the building that they were earlier. Skate Farm is going to be peeking. I don't know what. I can't see this angle. Is there a sliver they're looking at? Yeah, there's this little sliver, it looks like here. Wow. Samurai doesn't have a clacker on him, but popping over to Marsoc. It's a 2-2-1 split here with Aqua looking long for anything in the bar. Not gonna find anything. Bluga in the blue room. Guess it makes sense.
We have two seemingly unidentified Marsoc players successfully making it to the south without Catholic Goat being able to detect them there. He's holding more of a later south angle that they will be approaching here soon.
Yeah, lots of lasers showing out on the street, but Catholic Goat is definitely not going to be keen to TBN or Kittenmans coming up through until it's a little bit later on. Bluga is getting close to the uplink, at least the surrounding areas, but they need to hold off. They need to crash on this uplink all at the same time.
Yeah, Blaze knows at this point that they only need kills. They just need one more point, and they will have taken the day undefeated. And so, really, the onus is on Hell on Wheels here to just hold it down, keep us in, and keep pushing here.
I'm pretty sure Samurai would be able to hear Aqua. And Jake is not looking through this little peaky spot. They're rotating back off.
Samurai making a decent bit of noise, though. Gonna let Aqua know that somebody is there.
And
meanwhile,
Captain
Blue
LB
gets closer and closer.
Captain LB is really behind in tempo here as well.
Absolutely. He's still kind of watching that northeast, trying to make sure that they're not going to get hit from behind as he rotates in. The biggest concern now is going to need to be Poniscat.
Uh-oh. I don't know what Bluga was thinking there, but that weakens the push here. Captain seems to at least obscure Poniscat's visibility, but Kittenmans is rotating all the way back around now. And TBN is going to be crossing into Catholic Goat's line of sight here soon. Samurai getting a little bit antsy, it seems, with running around here.
-1 Middle Street, south
Catholic
side.
Goat able to take out TBN, bringing us down to a 5v3. So far, Hell on Wheels still has their full roster for defense.
It is not looking good for Blaze to win it on Marsoc, but we know they are strong on the Volk side of things, so either way, even if they lose this, there is the threat to Hell on Wheels that Blaze will take the match. Samurai moving around a lot still. Captain now goes down after dumping 2 mags. It's all on Aqua and Kittenmans right now. Kittenmans approaching in where Samurai was sitting. Now no longer. Poniscat gonna come out the door.
He shoulder peeked it a little. Aqua didn't give away his position. Ooh, but he just did it again. Now they know where Aqua is.
Down goes Samurai. It's the first loss for Hell on Wheels. It's now 1v4. Trickster holding it strong in this angle here. Jake from Skate Farms definitely got this call out as to where exactly this last one standing is. 45 seconds remaining. Aqua has to figure out what they're going to do. This is not looking good for them either way.
Very tight defensive formation here from Hell on Wheels.
Oh,
Aqua
Panos
giving away his
Cats.
position to Panos.
Just
Going down.
Totally annihilating them there. Woo, look at those kill counts. Trickster, 8 and 3. And Blaze, relatively spread even. TBN 6 and 4, Kittenman's 5 and 3. They're more even. Trickster is definitely holding the defensive line there. So Hell on Wheels we can't count out yet. They've got a good bit of work to do though, considering we're in the southeast courtyard. Either they tie this up and we go somewhere else, or Blaze wins. So here's where we are. Nail biter. Especially with 24 seconds. They did 24 seconds on that, so they take the time ultimately on the Blaze side of things. They're probably gonna be patient enough. What are you thinking, Visceral? You thinking that Hell on Wheels is gonna pull out all the smoke numbers and be able to capitalize on them, or are you thinking that it's gonna be going down in a firefight with Blaze winning?
I think they're going to try for the cap here. They're in cap range. This is a very capable objective. And I think that's what's going to be on their minds. If they can get a cap, they can steal this map away and remain undefeated.
They do have quick spawn.
A very spicy spawn point here.
Just try to get coverage.
Will we see any pre-fire coming in from Blaze? Looks like Bluga's going to take it.
I'll get pre-fired.
Won't connect with anybody, though.
Only a handful of rounds. That was only like quarter, maybe half a mag at best.
Yeah,
They
if you're
weren't
going to
holding any
pre-fire,
angles for it, but
you're going to pre-fire. Got to take that box drum.
Catholic Goat looking long through the window, trying to identify anything in the street. They're not going to see anything just yet.
But Bluga will go down to Catholic Goat. A great pickup.
They just
Hell
saved
on
the life
Wheels.
of Jake's Skate Farm there too. See where Blaze is set up. Capman on the pre-fire lane. TBN just around the corner with a tablet balancing trick going on there. Aqua Fighter holding where Trickster likes with a clacker on the chest there. So we got to see 4 out and around. And Kitman's is way off in the back, having to rotate around here. But look at the setup of team here in the mini map. Everybody is doing a center push with one all the way in the north, looking at that fridge line. I think I heard whispering from Capman.
Hell on Wheels communicating with their flanker here, Jake, who's really going off in the distance. And we get some C4 action going on. Not going to connect with anybody.
Trickster is slowly making this push up. Kitman's getting a little bit peeky out there, though. Jake's getting them suppressed, holding back. They're going to trade out with Jake still alive. They're ultimately going to get that information out. Blaze is now down to a 3 defense line with Hell on Wheels 4 with a revivable point. Uh-oh, Trickster getting a little bit into the lines here of TBN.
Samurai getting real close to the objective. He's gonna trade with TBN.
There goes a C4, did not
C4
connect.
going again. Nothing there. We're down to a 2v3 and looking to be 4. Past the Goats rotation here. 3 minutes left. Oh, Trickster and Captain are going to trade. Only one defender left.
They traded.
But they're gonna get the revive over here on Jake from Skate Farm, so it's a 1v3.
At this point, this last remaining Blaze player, Dr. Aqua, just needs to prevent the cap. They need to make sure that there is another round. And that is what's going to happen. That we're going to move on to a round 7 decider on who will take the day.
Oh no, look at where we're going. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, what an objective.
All the viewers in the world, we are going to Kayet. What is gonna happen?
Known for being crazy and hard to defend.
We are here with a 3-3 tie game of the 2 undefeated of the day. Been playing Onward for basically 4.5 hours, as the stream counter goes. 4.5 hours. It has been a very long and mentally exhausting day for both teams. And others who even were playing earlier. We had many others in the bracket there for the round to get into that top 4 line for the round robin happening tomorrow, I believe it was, you're saying. But I get to finish this off with a last round. There's no more happening. Like, this is not a position either of these teams wants to be in. There is no inherent strength in this one, and as a defense line. But there's also really great ways to play this uplink. The question is, are we gonna get hell on wheels with a near perfect defense, or are we gonna be down to the last man? Very easy code is called out.
Yeah, I think Blaze is sitting pretty here. They're probably looking to try and cap on this objective. But they need to keep in mind that they don't need to. It's 3-3. Whoever takes this takes it.
Team is all pushing on line up through the center here. Bluga getting a little bit peaky. Hasn't worked out well for them before. Catholic Goat does go down to Tbnroil in the east. That's going to give away the position as to where they are, and if they're going to be needing to readjust or not is the question. Samurai still looking now, actually rotating back in for the market. Did you see any C4s come out yet?
I have not, but it would not surprise me at all. The day has been very C4 heavy. A great pickup by Samurai, taking out Bluga, bringing us to a 4v4.
Trickster's getting peaky on TBN. Down goes TBN, making this a 4v3. I'm sorry, a 3v4 by player counts there. Kittenman's also approaching the same angle. Uh-oh. No movements from Hell on Wheels to readjust other than the Samurai Shiba rotation from that western courtyard approach. Kitten Mittens, I don't know if they're gonna be recognizing the fact that Trickster's over here. Corner. They can peek at Aqua Fighter and Catman. Trickster's gonna get a lot of action overall, but
one east top stairs.
there's the call out. Hell on Wheels could send a flanker.
Oh, an excellent
a
frag
nade!
grenade from Cap'n.
What a nade! Somebody clipped that. That was an excellent throw for the positional kill there. Kitten's gonna get the smoke out and rotate off.
They are smoking
And-
heavily on the north here.
I don't know if they needed it though. I think it might have been ultimately a waste.
And I think I just heard Kitten calling out something about waiting another minute.
Yeah, but that's 2 smokes wasted. Sheba and Aquafighter are back to back. That's going to clearly give, and Jake there. It's going to clearly give away the position of a north push. Not that it already hasn't been given away by the gunshots and the frag grenade, but that tells them somebody is in the building. They can't communicate that without giving away their own position, but Captain and Aquafighter are very, very close to each other. Shiva could come around and take out Captain as they are looking up. Ano very, very patient. In an off-meta position here. Usually see him in the market, but...
Phoenix, there was one east staircase I naded Trickster.
Okay.
2-3
2 remaining.
with 2 minutes remaining. What is... Oh!
-1.
Echo 1, Echo 1.
Another
Hell on-
excellent
hold it
pickup
tight.
from Hell on Wheels. It is not looking good for Blaze.
150 on the board.
Hit and Mins is 5 and 4, so they are able to hold relatively their own there, but all Hell on Wheels has to do is just sit and wait this out for a minute, and they're done. It's not looking good for Blaze at this rate. They'll still be in the either way. They'll still be in the top 4 seeding for tomorrow, but whew.
A minute left on the clock. Kitten has their work cut out for them here, as they have 3 defenders left to take on, and not a lot of time to do it.
$25 seconds remaining. This is not looking good for Kittenmans, who's just sitting, kind of taking it the more conservative approach. This is not...
Yeah, they have got to make their play now, or they will run out of time. And Kitten goes down. Hell on Wheels coming back from, they were at what, 3v1 to take the map. Excellent, excellent job from Hell on Wheels, holding their own there, remaining undefeated for the day. Just well played to both teams.
So, what a way to wrap this up. What a way. Both teams undefeated. Blaze going down just barely with a single round decider for it. Like, it was been an absolutely phenomenal, bizarre match for them. And all night, even on Subway. And we saw Hell on Wheels with Suburbia against K-Fought earlier in the night. Whew. Just cleared house in that one. It was a very clear strength of Hell on Wheels with Suburbia, whereas K-Fought, it was a 4-1 in favor of Hell on Wheels. So they both had long days, as have we.
There's been a lot of discussion in the chat about how this is going to work moving forward. The top 4 teams from today will be facing off tomorrow with teams 1 and 4 starting off the day, and teams 2 and 3 for how their placement ended today. Battling immediately after that, the winner of those 2 matches will decide on a time throughout the week to play their match, and the winner of that will be our 8th seed for our finals coming up the following weekend.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much, everybody, for sticking around. I see it now, all 68 of you. Been a good long 4 hours, 45 minutes here of great Onward action all night long. Seen some excellent plays, excellent flanks coming out, and some really great team strategies, and some off-meta ones. So, with that, thank you for sticking around here. Again, Pro2 VR, VR cover, VRware, Arma, the VRML, of course, and all the Patreon supporters. Feel free to check out the merchandise that all of our sponsors have, as they are contributing to the prize pool. They got some pretty good stuff. Pro2 VR. I got my Force Tube sitting over there. I got another mag tube hanging up over on the wall. VR cover of my Quest headset. You can't see it back there because of my virtual green screen, but very comfy, very game changing. Let's just put it that way. It was great to have that, especially when you're sweating a lot. VRware for providing some excellent clothing and Arma for jerseys and joggers. Yeah, VRML joggers are out now, and they are a must-buy. You can also buy custom VRML jerseys with your name on. You can't see mine, but mine's on my back. So, thanks for sticking around again. I will not see you tomorrow. I am not available to cast tomorrow, but I will see you later on. Lord Visceral, any last thoughts?
Just congratulations to Hell on Wheels, and great job out there, everyone. All the teams that played today did an excellent job, and they didn't leave anything on the table. And I look forward to seeing more of this action tomorrow, throughout this week, and continuing all the way until our World Finals, which will be October 22nd, 29th, and November 5th. On the website there, we'll have the 3 World Finals there.
Alrighty. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks for sticking around.